Ne? Test, test, test.
Aha, okay.
To ga daš pa sam na to ga spet prižgeš, ko hočeš govoriti.
Ampak lahko pa tudi... Tole gor, mogoče sem... Kaj pauze?
Ne, predgovori ne, si kar ti, ja.
Boš zdaj pripravljen, če lahko. Si me ti povabil, če treba.
Sem se odprl, če ti to bo zaprlo. Ne rabo.
Angleško samo za referat, A na G.
Dok.
Ja, dok je. Si, če bom sam videl. Če bom malo to
povečala. Screenshare pa znaš, ne?
Screenshare, se ga lahko to, kar boš to zdaj se že gor vidi.
Tako, ja.
Povečam lahko, kar hočem, ne? Čakaj, a moram kaj screenshare, če kaj?
Če bi želel screenshare, če ne bo pa pač tvoja slika, kakor ti je ljubše.
Okej, se pravi, screenshare sem tega prižgem, ne?
Screensharaš pa tle, da greš na Zoom, čakaj tle na ta Zoom.
Ni to prav, ja, se nič kot ga se bo. Kar izvoli. Tle mora biti, ne?
Celega.
Dava celega, pa sem screenshare. Okej, če bom rabo, tam prižgem.
Pa poveš Word, ne? Ti pa rečeš, da mora...
Jaz brati moram, ja.
Da mora Word
Ja,
screenshare,
okej, sam zberem, ne? Pa ga dam, ja.
Tako.
Okej, če bom uporabil, toliko da vam dol prištima, drugače pa lahko dava stran. Se lahko daš stran. Zdaj se vidi, veš, gor.
Ja.
Kar deva na, kaj dava na Zoom? Boš dal na Zoom, ne?
Ja, tako.
Tako. Bom že.
Lahko?
Pardon.
A tu moram kaj prekati? 1, 2. Lep pozdrav, dober dan vsem. Veseli me, da lahko danes začenjamo tale simpozij z naslovom Skupnost deluje, ki smo ga glede na razmere morali predstavljati, pa potem seveda tudi na nek način izpeljati v neki dvojni različici, nekaj v živo, nekaj prek spleta. Welcome to all our international guests. The symposium will be held in English. We managed to get some international guests to Ljubljana. The others are joining us on Zoom, so online. But the opening speeches will be in Slovenian, so sorry to the international guests. The rest, of course, will be in English. Few technical things. We have to wear masks at all times here in the hall. And you can only sit on the chairs that are not marked. So we have to keep the safety distance. The coffee breaks will be outside. So we'll bring coffee, we'll bring something to eat and water. If you have any questions, of course, you can ask me. I'm Gašpar Troha. I'm leading this symposium. And I would like to invite now Mateja Demšič. Zdaj bi rad povabil Matejo Demšič, vodjo oddelka za kulturo Mestne občine Ljubljana, za prvi pozdravni govor. Prosim.
Dober dan, spoštovani gostje. Najprej hvala za to, da ste me kot predstavnico mesta Ljubljane povabili ne samo na ta simpozij, ampak na vašo obletnico. Če bi začela s številkami, ampak v bistvu se jim hotela izogniti, bi samo povedala, da je gledališče Glej eno izmed tistih prostorov v mestu, tudi vsebinskih, ki je z mestom Ljubljana ne samo 50 let, ampak bolj pomembno se mi zdi poudariti, kaj bi bilo, če prostora, kot je Glej, ne bi bilo v mestu. Ljubljana je zaradi gledališča Glej presežna. Gledališče je za slovenske razmere neobičajno, je drzno in pogumno do te mere, da lahko drugim ne samo nastavlja ogledalo, ampak tudi dviguje standarde. Zato iskrene čestitke o 50. obletnici. Žal mi je, da glede na Glejevo dinamiko, na ekipo, ki ustvarja gledališče, da je ta obletnica v času razmer, ki so izrazito neprijazne do kulture, ne samo zaradi virusa, ampak zaradi nefunkcionalnega in drznem si reči tudi sovražnega pristojnega ministrstva. Zato bom samo povzela oziroma parafrazirala nekaj, kar pravi ena od ameriških pisateljic. Bolj to je locirano na ženski spol, ampak vendar. Ona pravi, da vse mi smo vnukinje vseh čarovnic, ki jih niso uspeli zažgati. Jaz bom prevedla to v to, da smo vsi mi tisti tukaj, vseh onih, ki jih niso uspeli utišati in sežgati še malo prej. Zato si želim, da to ni samo 50. obletnica, ampak da je to samo eden od tistih precej prelomnih kamnov, ki se žal zgodijo, ne? Če ne bi pa imeli špansko gripo z prejšnjih 100 let nazaj, ki bo, ne da bo ga obdržal v jedru mesta, ampak ki bo to mesto lahko potegnil naprej. Predstavljam si pač, da Ljubljana kot odlična kandidatka za Evropsko prestolnico kulture 2025 s tem tudi z Glejem, ki je del vsebin, dobiva popolnoma nove kakovostne presežke. Imejte dober in odličen simpozij. Hotela bi reči, da ostanite pozitivni glede na razmere, ampak vem, da bo to zvenelo napačno. Zato zaključujemo, ostanite uporni in zdravstveno negativni. Hvala lepa.
Hvala, Mateja. Simpozij organizirajo Akademija za gledališče, radio, film in televizijo Univerze v Ljubljani, Slovenski gledališki inštitut in društvo Gledališče Glej. Zato vabim k pozdravnemu govoru dekana Akademije za gledališče, radio, film in televizijo, Tomaža Gubenška.
Mislim, da naziv te konference poudarja tudi bistvo vsega, kar počnemo. In to je Skupnost deluje. Če se 3 inštitucije, kot so Glej, Slogi in AGRFT spravijo skupaj, lahko naredijo fantastično mednarodno konferenco. Želim vam veliko iskrečih misli, dobrih besed in veselim se zborniku, ki bo izšel. Hvala lepa.
Direktorica Gledališkega inštituta Mojca Jan Zoran.
Lep pozdrav vsem tudi v imenu Slovenskega gledališkega inštituta. Gašper je pozabil povedati, da je seveda eden od bistvenih organizatorjev tukaj tudi revija Amfiteater, ki letno pripravlja znanstvene simpozije in veseli smo, da ta simpozij, ki ga tokrat skupaj organiziramo, pravzaprav prinaša nek pogled na fenomen gledališča Glej in pa na fenomen skupnosti, kajti tako kot je rekel Tomaž, tudi jaz sem prepričana, da skupnost deluje. Delovala je v preteklosti, prepričana sem, da deluje danes in prepričana sem, da je to ena izmed redkih oblik, ki bo delovala tudi v prihodnosti. Tako da dobrodošli v naši skupnosti, v fizični ali v virtualni prisotnosti in upam, da se kmalu vidimo pa spet vsi samo v fizični prisotnosti. Dobrodošli.
In še predsednica društva Gledališče Glej, Inga Rimeta.
Jaz si bom pa dala kar masko dol, da povem. Vesela sem, da sem danes lahko priča temu dogodku. Vesela sem, da so partnerji tega dogodka izkazali zaupanje in v tako, bom rekla, majhno, a produktivno in res prodorno gledališče. Vesela sem, da lahko pišem zgodovino Gledališče Glej in vesela sem, da smo tako majhen, a vseeno drzen, produktiven in inovativen tim, ki zadnja leta postavlja Gledališče Glej na neko drugačno in še vedno mislimo pomembno mesto na področju uprizoritvenih umetnosti. Žal mi je, tako kot je Mateja povedala, da mogoče ta simpozij ni tako apliciran, kot smo si na začetku želeli, ampak verjamem, da v prihodnje bomo tudi to uspeli postaviti na normalna tla in v drugačne razmere. Kaj si pa najbolj želim, je v bistvu to, da pišemo zgodovino šele z začetkov, torej da ta 50. obletnica ni neka velika in pomembna številka, kar je, ampak da še takih let bo za gledališče Glej še veliko. Želim uspešna 2 dni, kreativna, dobra in upam, da boste uživali in se veselili tako kot mi vsi. Hvala.
Thanks, hvala vsem za pozdravne in spodbudne besede. We can now start our work, and we will start with a key speaker, Tomaž Toporišič. He is a professor at the Academy for Theatre, Film, Television, and so on, and Radio of the University of Ljubljana. He has written extensively on theory of drama, history of drama, and history of theater, both in Slovenia and worldwide. He will present now his contribution that will map basically what we are going to discuss here in the next 2 days. He will present his paper that speaks about the community theater in Slovenia and its different tactics in the second half of 20th century. Tomaž, please.
Lep uvod, za lepe uvodne besede vsem, kako se zdaj temu reče, deležnikov, čeprav lektorji pravijo, da mora biti deležnikov, ampak to niti ni tako zelo važno, ki so v bistvu pripomogli k samemu simpoziju. Začel bom, I will begin in Slovene and then I will continue in English and sometimes maybe I will mix the 2 languages, but not too much. Zelo sem vesel, da je prišlo do tega simpozija, saj se mi zdi, da je zelo pomembno, gledališče Glej eden najpomembnejših nukleusov in edini preživeli v bistvu nukleus eksperimentalnega gledališča, drugačnega, drugega gledališča, kot bi rekel Eugenio Barba, v slovenskem prostoru. In v bistvu ne gre samo za preživeli element, ampak za izrazito aktiven, dejaven element slovenske kulture, ljubljanske kulture in ljubljanske gledališke scene. Ampak v svojem predavanju oziroma pri svojem uvodnem izvajanju se ne bom omejil samo na gledališče Glej, ampak se bom v bistvu ukvarjal z kolektivi, skupnostmi in nehierarhičnimi načini ustvarjanja od 1970 let do leta 2010, kar je povezano v bistvu z zgodovino gledališča Glej. I will continue now in English in order to be able to be understood by our colleagues from Prague. Within the 50-year period that marks also the history of Glej theater, my presentation will research the formation and transformations of non-hierarchical theater communities, or in the words of one of the founders of the Glej theater and also one of the most important cultural institutions, let us say, in Slovenia, Dušan Jovanović, theater or theatrical tribes. Using examples from the history and present, I will try to get the answers to the following questions. In what way did the Slovene experimental and non-institutional performing arts scene create different modes of non-hierarchical as part of creating the performances, artistic direction of the theater, and the formation of temporary communities, to use the words of Erika Fischer-Lichte, with emancipated audiences to use, of course, the term which is very much connected to Jacques Rancière. To which models did this scene turn and turns today to develop its own logic of devised and collaborative theatrical works? And lately, to which extent were and are those different artistic collaborative tribes changing the theatrical landscape in Slovenia, Yugoslavia, and elsewhere? I will work with opposing, but at times very constructive and creative relations between the institutional repertory theater scene and experimental, and as it is used to be named dilettante by the drama theater critics. I will look into the experimental theaters and performance groups at the turn of the 60s and 70s. That is during, or I will begin my excursion with those theaters that will, during the performative turn, turned from textual to body cultures. I could name them, and we all, most of us are very much acquainted with them. Pupilja Ferkovrh Theater, Pekarna, or the Bakery Theater, Vlado Šau and his Grotowski type work of theater, the group Veternica, and then I will continue with some other groups and theater tactics. And what I will be interested is how and to what extent did the theory and practice of mostly American theater avant-gardes, for example, Richard Schechner and his theory of performance, and the performance group, as well as the theater of Eugenio Barba and Jerzy Grotowski, the two big pioneers of the theater that influenced the theater worldwide, influenced these Slovene movements and tribes which changed the history of Slovene theater, performing arts, culture, and also to, I think, to quite a big extent also society. I will begin with the quote of Theodor Adorno from almost 50 years ago. This quote sums up the performative turn in Slovenia and the fundamental revaluation and restructuring of theater and performing arts in general. I quote him, "It is self-evident that nothing concerning art is self-evident anymore, not even its right to exist." This sentence of Adorno can be applied very well to the Slovene experimental performative scene, and it also speaks about the specific qualities of this scene and the specific environment of this performative experimental scene from the 1960s till today. This trait also characterizes the phenomena of the neo-avant-garde performative revolution that was clearly identified by one of the rare critics that really understood it at that time, Veno Taufer, one of the key figures of the first experimental wave of Oder 57, one of the key features of the first critical generation, which was able to read the new approaches to theater and new characterizations of theater at that time. When he was writing about the performance of the theater Pekarna, and the title of the performance was Naj te z listjem posujem in Slovene, and in English, Let Me Cover You with Leaves. And he wrote, the following sentence. The performance was created by Lado Kran, one of the key figures of the Slovene new performative scene and one of the biggest gurus of that time of the theatrical tribes. And his words read as follows. The Pekarna theater has created a distinct and recognizable profile of theater which could be designated as an idiosyncratic type of ritual theater in search of some basic theater science or acting and mise-en-scène, expressions of such signs of human existential practice. This new experimental theater, which was practiced by various groups in the 1970s, is what succeeded in overwhelming Yugoslav festivals of alternative and student theater of the time, and it became also synonymous with the resilience and endurance of small theater groups which proliferated during the 1970s and started to present an alternative to the so-called professional repertory drama theater with formally educated actors and strong structures. At that time, the Vjesnik newspaper from Zagreb even promoted the new generation by stating that the theater guerrilla is gaining the upper hand against the flagship theater cavalry. So nobody knows really who wrote those sentences in Vjesnik, but probably they were written by, but probably they were written by the artists themselves. So they basically, or they persuaded somebody to write it, and it was part of the new war of establishing non-hierarchical or promoting non-hierarchical structures within the theater. In his program of the Pekarna theater, Lado Kralj highlighted its origin in the traditional of Slovenian experimental theaters, particularly the theaters which I think Primož will talk extensively in his lecture, the theaters of Oder 57 experimental theater and ad hoc theater. But he also emphasized that Pekarna, like Glej, which he co-founded also, but was basically collaborated just for a year because he thought it was not radical enough. He said that Pekarna was a class theater, and as such, looking for its own means of expression, particularly in participatory methods, a special psychophysical acting training, emphasizing theater as ritual and the group, non-hierarchical group, non-hierarchical creation of the performance. Such class theater, as he defined it, we have to remember that it was a time of student revolutions, also in Slovenia, of the generation which basically did the section and the student and also the performative revolution. Kralj was thus not interested in experimental or avant-garde theater, which in his opinion imagined itself to aspire to a better and more progressive than traditional theater. He was much more radical. He was interested in a new type of theater, which would no longer be mere theater, but an aesthetic revolution or aesthetic action as ritual as speaking the unspeakable. Here the process was more important than the final product, an experiment. At first, critics mostly failed to understand this innovation. They viewed it as an amateur and student theater. Pekarna actors, like Glej actors, were, however, very well aware of the new relationship between the physical and psychical. As one of the noticed performers of the non-professional acting method, which was introduced by Pekarna's Zdenko Kidrič, notes, I quote him in one of the interviews he did during the last years, the Pekarna theater defied the theater mastodons, with mere peanuts from the cultural community. In the spirit of Stanislavski, Grotowski, and Bruck, it restated and restarted the theater wheel of history, which politicians so violently stopped with Oder 57. This Slovenian theater featured an original psychonomy, superb actors and directors, ushers, musicians, stage designers, and audience. Richard Čehner, which was the mentor of Lado Kralj, so basically the Slovene performative revolution began in very, very close collaboration with American theatrical avant-garde, was probably the person which had the strongest influence on the Slovene theater of the beginning of the 1970s. And among very rare statements and descriptions of his collaboration with Čehner, we could find, fortunately, on the cover of the book which Ivo Svetina wrote about the Pekarna theater, some two short sentences by Lado Kralj, which basically describe how this collaboration with Richard Schechner worked and what was the input of Richard Schechner into the Slovene theater via, of course, Lado Kralj and Dušan Jovanović and partly also Zvone Šedelbar in Glej. He says like that, Richard Schechner, my mentor, stripped the halo of religious rapture of Grotowski and added elements of absurdist theater, as well as irony and grotesque. He topped with anthropological research of tribal culture in New Guinea, in Australia, and bizarre aspects of Americana. And what I've learned from Schechner and later adapted by myself, says Kralj, I brought to Slovenia, where Ivo Svetina and I founded the Pekarna Theater, and where he also founded at that time the Glej Theater. The quotes above demonstrate that the Pekarna Theater was founded in dialogue with diverse phenomena of contemporary performative practices at the intersection of East and West, socialism and capitalism. It was a dialogue that shifted the boundaries of the reception and interpretation of contemporary art in experimental and student theaters at the time, but which also aided in breaking down the hierarchy and dichotomy between high culture and pop culture, repertory theaters and experimental theater. This theater was, of course, not dissident in a classical sense, like which we could maybe apply to Oder 57 and the first wave of experimental theater, but it was dissonant in a way that it deconstructed the basic structure, which was the Austro-Hungarian or Austrian or German structure of the theaters, and tried to establish new organization in theater, which was later on followed with this, and those attempts were later on followed, and basically they succeeded to do it in the beginning of the 1980s. Dušan Jovanović in Mladinsko Theater, which basically he co-founded in a new way, or structured in a way in which Ariana Mnuchin structured her non-hierarchical theater with strong artistic hierarchy, but also de-hierarchized in another way. Kralj, according to Kralj, student theater, as he named it, is equal to experimental theater. We're in the beginning of the 70s, end of the 60s. Experimental theater introduces that which, in an article on the social phenomenon of experimental theater based on Slovenia, Peter Božič, one of the key figures of the Slovene contemporary playwrights and also the co-founder of Pekarna Theater, describes as completely new principles of horizontal dramaturgy with a different sensibility and different awareness of time. And this horizontal dramaturgy could be applied also to the organization of those theatrical tribes. But Božič, who began his career, of course, in Oder 57 and in the experimental theaters of the 60s, very much influenced by the theater of the absurd, especially Eugene Ionesco and his works. He also talks about conceptual and participatory theater, which, I quote him, represents a consistent approximation to the ideal of self-management, the Kardelian structure of new socialist self-management, author, director, costume designer, technician, becoming something which he compares to self-management in politics, which is very interesting. We know that a lot of Euro-communists were very much interested in self-management, and they tried to adopt the self-management system to the cultural organization of culture. Lado Kral's program was but the bit of an iceberg of a performative turn that introduced architectonic shifts to the understanding of the professional experimental dynamics. This transformation demonstrated that there was nothing self-evident in art, as I quoted in the beginning, which goes very well along with Adorno's statement I quoted in the beginning. Not even the division of actors and performance into drama or matrix, experimental or non-matrix, and amateur as spontaneous non-professionals. In the survey on the Slovene theater situation carried out by the journal Skupnost in 1969, Kralj points it out that it was about seeking out and defining social minorities. He already talks in the 1960s about social minorities. This is very contemporary, we could note, and social majority, and enabling each one appropriate affirmation, since only such a situation allows for radically new solutions, surpassing the level of personal quarrel and exhausting running in circles. Even today, of course, when we have a look at the performative culture or the culture in Slovenia during the last 10 or 20 years, we are in a way in a situation which could be compared to something which already Lado Kralj wanted to avoid. We are unable to surpass the differences between official repertory theater culture and unofficial independent experimental theater culture. And we are unable in Slovenia, partly in Ljubljana, Ljubljana found the ways how to do it, but the Slovene Ministry of Culture still did not find a way how to basically merge and put in dialogue those two big sectors, which Lado Kralj knew were both very much important for the development of the theatrical life. His argumentation, to a large extent, is still relevant even today. Inside any developed theater landscape, he claims both experimental and national repertory theaters need a clearly demarcated area of activity. The former are dedicated to experiments in the area of performance, and the dismantling or deconstructions of the only Slovenian theater form, as he claims, the Burgtheater adaptation of Stanislavski, and replacing it with new unattested experimentation with the mixed media. He uses the term of Richard Castellanets, the one at that time a very important theoretician of performing arts, the radicalization of gesture, word, stage technique, end of quotation. Thus, in Kralj's opinion, experimental theater enters the scene at the point where central theaters are unable to risk so much because of their special institutional conception. Now we're living in a period in which, even now to a big exaggeration because of the COVID situations, but anyway, because of the neoliberal societies, we live in a period in which, of course, the repertory theaters are unable to take risk, or are less and less able to take risks. So, however, the central theater situated at the very center of the cultural and theatrical atmosphere also has the function of absorbing the experiment into its logic of functioning. In his excellent book, Primož talks about this process in the 60s and in the 1970s, in which way the experimental scene found its way into the repertory theaters, and how repertory theaters basically found their new energy by, in a way, vampirizing the experimental scene. But by devouring the experimental scene, they became stronger. But this was also good for the development of the Slovene theater. Both types of theater have their representative logic and sense. However, they are still situated in the logic of thematization and radicalization of what Brecht and all the post-Brechtians would term European bourgeois theater. And I end his quotation: to establish a normal correlation between the institutional and experimental theater. This is basically the goal we should achieve. And I think it's today, we are still, it's something which is very important, which we are on the verge of establishing, and hopefully we're going to establish it in Slovenia in the years to follow. I will now continue with the second tribe, the tribe which Dusan Jovanović named. It was his tribe, the Pupilja Ferkeverk, one of his first tribes, and he said, he writes, the biggest tribe, because he said that later on in his life he could not organize any theater in this good sense of a theatrical tribe. Even Mladinsko in the 1980s, which was very strong, and basically it was his creation. Pupilja did in studentski list, again in Zagreb. We could see that Zagreb and Belgrade were very important for Slovene non-hierarchical performer and art scene. In one of the Zagreb magazines, in the student magazine of Zagreb student magazine, studentski list, the Pupilja announced, like futurists in a way, you will see, we want to destroy the basic characteristic of traditional and some avant-garde theaters, which is the illusion of life, to which theater has always been subservient. The performance is no longer a play, a copy, or enactment of life, but rather a total and all-encompassing reality. This is very radical and very good definition of theater, of course, in the sense of American theatrical avant-garde. Performers are no longer actors. The actor is on equal terms with the spectator, while the performance, through their presence, create a concrete social environment. The Pupilja Ferkeverk theater is an experimental, non-literary, open and living theater. Of course, we have open and living theater as two basically names of the two theaters from New York, but we also have very good definitions of what following Pupilja became Gley and is even managing to stay even today, and what other theaters took as their own basic task. Pupilja substituted the theater performance with an event, an action. Its protagonists were absolved from taking on the rules of somebody else, the actor, the creator, or anybody working in Pupilja, thus became an authentic and physical figure. There was no more pretense on stage, nothing was or wanted to be feigned. Everything was happening for real, and it really happened, as they said. It was not Pupilja, and also Gley later on, was not art with a capital A. According to professional standards, it was almost dilettante, Jovanović writes, but it contained the liberating power of parody, ritual sacredness, and asserted the unlimited freedom of the generation. Pupilja had an unusual power. It had the culture of authenticity typical of tribal communities. This is a very good, of course, very personal definition which Dusan Jovanović made of Pupilja, but it could also to great extent hold true for the other experimental theaters of the 70s, but also of the experimental theaters or new theaters of the 80s, 90s, and so on. Even if we could apply it to Via Negativa, it could also work probably, I think, to Via Negativa. The similarities with the ideas of Veternica, the theater of Vlado Šau, which was based on, constructed on a theatrical system of Grotowski, Pekarna and other neo-avant-garde groups, including the Oho group of that time, are evident. Lado Kral's reflections on the student theater festival and later on the experimental theater of the 1970s, along with some very interesting texts of Tomasz Kral, which also the co-leader of Pupilia, who wrote some very important short manifestos about this theater, and also Vlado Šau's reflections on his group Veternica, all point to the fact that there was a specific form of experimental theater that emerged in the Slovenia at the turn of the 60s and the 70s. And this specific form of experimental theater was very much influenced to a very big extent the Slovene theater, not only the non-institutional theater, but also the repertory theater. So we could say that the landscape of the Slovene theater of today, and to a big extent also to the Yugoslav theater of today, or to some parts of Yugoslav theater or ex-Yugoslav theater of today, was basically made at the time and with the efforts of the theatrical tribes of the 1970s. Lado Kral, Vlado Šau, Dušan Jovanović, and Tomasz Kral, each in their own right, introduced the system of neo-avant-garde procedures into Slovenia performative practices. They were derived and developed, of course, mostly after Jiří Grotowski and Richard Schechner. Schechner's ritualism was especially evident in the first three performances by Pekarna, namely the Pathwalker of Dane Zajc, directed by Lado Kral, Gilgamesh, directed by Ivo Svetina, and Rudi Šeligos, Let Me Cover You With Leaves, directed again by Lado Kral. And while Grotowski's influence was felt in the performances and actions of the Veternica group in the 70s and later on, there was a series of very interesting groups. And of course, there are other groups which were explored by Primož and Barbara and also Aldo, and I think that some of you will probably also allude to those groups. Characteristic of all these authors and groups was collective creation in which the end or the product or the performance was not the main goal. Rather, they abided by a special kind of process as well as the interaction of all participants. Ivo Svetina, who wrote very interesting, who gave us very interesting insights into these performative revolutions, defined this new type of actor, or rather performer, counting on in and proceeding from the autopoetic feedback loop as follows. I quote Ivo Svetina: all performers were becoming agents, a new type of actors who were no longer based on enacting individual drama characters, but rather use their individual energy and present gesture and spoken word to give a new image to poems as well as their authors. Of course, we could see that Ivo Svetina is basically a poet who writes also poetical drama and who also performed in Pupilia Festival, but he always starts from the word and from the poetry. And as my colleague here cited, let us say Barbara, oral notices while speaking of Pupilia Ferkovec, the series of performances and performative procedures triggered by the theater in the performative term, which in essence was still the student experimental theater, ought to be understood as the defining moment of Slovenian theater history. When, I quote her, the transition of performance took place. The reason is that they provided what Barbara calls a fascinating confrontation with the reality in their descent from literature to immediate stage presentation. And and I quote a longer piece of her research, the assemblage of scenes from the introductory urban ritual, watching the TV event News and Does the World as it appears in the moment of performing, to the concluding ritual of slaughtering the chicken, was founded in a dedicated and ruthless exploration of the real. So all this theater was basically very much about the exploration of the real. We had later on a system of theater of Vlado Repnik, who introduced the term the intrusion of the reality, which was also, of course, about the exploration of the real. We had a specific exploration of the real later on within the Neue Slowenische Kunst with Dragan Živedino and so on and so on. How much time I still have? Let me to organize myself a bit more. 15 minutes, okay, thank you. Meanwhile, all the avant-garde groups at the turn of the 60s and 70s ought to be understood in connection to the hippie culture. Its Slavic elements, the student and civil movements, such as New Left movements, the critique of culture and their fathers, and to new practices. Ms. Šovaković, our colleague, aesthetician from Belgrade and a great admirer of Pupilja, Ferkvert and Slovene performative revolution, concludes that this means, I quote him, there are no longer any clear stipulations of what theater, literature, visual art, and film actually is. Thus, says Miško, theater became a thing of the tribe, which sets off to discover what Miško Šovaković calls its sociality and presented it through art. This is also a very good definition of the change within the artistic structure and artistic organization of that kind. This cultural struggle, which began in the 60s and in the 70s, continued well into the 1980s, at the beginning of which we had several interesting events. One of them was when the leading Slovene cultural ideologue Josip Vidmar, who was the president of the that time biggest festival of new drama in Novi Sad, described Dušan Jovanović and Ljubiša Ristić, the two directors of the political theater of the 80s, as cultural terrorists. So we could see that the culture became part of the politics, and it enabled new ways to see the reality and new ways to see the world. At the same time, the international repercussions of this kind of theater also continued, most notably with Missa in Einmeimer, the performance about the revolution which devours its own children, which did not receive any award at the now approaching, and hopefully it will take place, the Borsnik meeting of Slovene theater in Ljubljana, in Maribor, and it is the first, but at the same time this performance, as the first performance of any Yugoslav theater, received the Grand Prix of the of course, much more important international theater festival, the Grand Prix of the Bite Festival in Belgrade. It is quite clear that Ristić, Mladinsko theater, KPGT, GLEJ of that time, and other non-institutional theatrical groups and efforts evolving in the 1980s and especially in the 1990s, announced the entry of art into the field of politics, that it also remained characteristics of probably the most politicized artistic collective of after the Second World War, the Neue Slowenische Kunst and its theatrical part of the movement. In the same period, however, the next generation went even more into the direction of establishing theater as something which is politically strong and relevant. NSK, Neue Slowenische Kunst, confinedly and declared theater is a state. And at that time, and this was in the time when Yugoslavia was dissolving, and at that time the Yugoslav state was not strong at all, and in this way NSK could become even stronger than the real political structure of Yugoslavia. But the NSK did not label themselves as cultural terrorists, but they were labeled even, the label which the left and the right, cultural columnists used for their biggest performance at the end of the 1980s, the baptism under Triglav was, they named them fascists. So if we said that in the beginning of the 60s or the beginning of the 70s, the new theatrical structures, which were non-hierarchical, had a lot of problems with the theater and other critics. Neue Slowenische Kunst had a lot of problems with all the critics, apart from, as far as I remember at that time, one was Slavoj Žižek, and the other one was Tine Hribar. One was on the left, one was a bit more on the right, but those were, and then Taras Kermando, probably just 2 or 3 of the Slovene intellectuals which were writing criticism said that the new Neue Slowenische Kunst was something which was important and something which will change the culture of Slovenia. And I will conclude my introductory presentation with the small subtitle, which for the final section, which I defined as "From the Margins of the National Semiosphere to the Center of the European Festival and Theatrical Semiosphere." The theaters on the periphery, which we are talking about, all those theaters like Glej, Pekarna, and later on the non-institutional SIL began their way in on the very edge of or periphery of the national semisphere. I use here the term of the semiotician of culture, Lotman. They have produced, and they're still producing, qualities that make them more perceived, valued, and ranked among classical theaters, world theatrical phenomena, and professional festival and critic public. It is obvious that the new theater in Slovenia was, to a great extent, if it wanted to change its aesthetics, it had to change, of course, also its structure. Therefore, it tried to find some new solutions and some new ways to bond together the artists, the producers, and the audience. It tried to change the way the theater was produced, but it also tried and succeeded in changing also the relation between the public and between the performance and the public in a way that although in Slovenia of the 1980s, we could not speak, or even in 1970s, we could not speak about the theater of the oppressed or about the actor who and about the audience who also became somebody who created this piece. The piece, we can say that this cultural landscape of Slovenia changed completely in the 90s, 60s, 70s, and 80s, and that a lot of changes that were introduced to this scenery were later on taken by the Slovene repertory theater, which hopefully, this was one of the luckiest things within the history of Slovenia, which was open enough for new initiatives. And maybe it was the most open at the end of the 80s and the beginning of the 90s. And by that, even the hierarchical structures within the Slovene theaters changed. So in a way, and this is also very much connected to the fact that basically the most non-hierarchical theater of the 1980s, the Mladinsko theater, was conceived already in most of the parts within the Glej structure and within the Pekarna structure. Basically, the same people who did the aesthetic revolutions of the 70s in Glej and in Pekarna moved to another, to a new discovered space of Mladinsko, which was on the outskirts, and it's still in a way on the outskirts of Ljubljana. So it was like a globe theater in the time of Shakespeare. It was not so much seen, so you could do more things, not because you were not in the center of the city. And in this way, of course, the theatrical landscape of Slovenia changed quite radically already in the 1980s and then in the 1990s. Of course, there was a big and very nice possibility for changes in structure and in hierarchy or thinking about theater also in the National Theater when Lado Kralj moved from Pekarna Theater to the National Theater, but of course the cultural and political situation was not very suitable for this bigger cultural revolution, which unfortunately could not take place. Otherwise, but anyway, the National Theater, the Ljubljana National Theater, anyway, changed later on, and again, it was somebody who came from the experimental scene, somebody who came from Mladinsko, who basically changed to a big extent the National Theater. It was Janez Pipan who started his career in Glej, then continued in Mladinsko, and basically changed the way we think the National Theater in today in this way as something which is contemporary. So I think I will end here, and thank you very much. Yeah.
So thank you, Tomaž. Now I'm opening discussion. If someone has a question, please wait for Jure to give you the microphone so the people on Zoom can hear you and we can record the whole thing. No questions? Already? Uh-huh.
Hello, I'm not sure. Perhaps I should, can you hear me? Yes?
Yes, we can hear you.
Well, maybe I should join with the video just to be less anonymous. Hello to everybody from Split, in fact. I would like to thank the organizers for a great subject of the conference, and to Tomaž for an inspiring and exciting presentation. And I just wanted to ask, well, I have a small question, which is more a curiosity and a larger one that is maybe obvious to everybody who are acquainted with the history of Slovenian theater, and I'm not. So we can leave it for later for if you don't think it's interesting enough for everybody. Well, the first one is actually related to something that Tomaž mentioned, to some sort of the possibility of politicization of collective practices before it was so obvious in the 1980s. That could have happened earlier. Namely, he mentioned the parallel between collective practices that were used and the self-management as an idea and as a practice that was implied or that was attempted to in various parts of then Yugoslavia. And I was wondering whether there was a specific stance, specific attitude of these artists that he mentioned, from Pekarna, from Pupila Verkever, from Veternica, etc., towards self-management? Was there, could we talk about any kind of influence that happened, like taking over certain mechanisms or practices, etc.? The reason why I'm asking this, because the similar parallel can be noticed when we talk about collective practices in Croatian theater, for example, in theater workshop Pozdravi or Kugla Glumišta, etc. But these artists specifically rejected any idea of closeness of self-management to their practices. For example, Ivica Boban says, no, we were never inspired by that because it was a farce. And Kugla Glumišta or certain members who I talked to were baffled by that question and claimed, well, you know, we were closer to the American, or more specific, the off-Broadway neo-avant-garde than we were to anything that was happening in Yugoslavia at the time. Even more so, we considered that as a source of something that we would parody. So I was wondering whether that was just something that can be something that we notice nowadays and reinterpret from this position, or whether they actually had explicit statements about self-management and what they try to do. I can't hear. Your mic is off, I think.
Okay, now, yeah.
Thanks. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you for this very interesting question. I will give you a preliminary, let us say, answer, and maybe some of my colleagues could give you some other answers. This self-management was mentioned with Kralj deliberately, I think, but he was not so mentioning it so much. But the director who talked a lot about self-management and who always, whenever asked anything about politics, he answered with self-management was Ljubiša Ristić in the interviews of the 1970s. So basically, he was the same generation, but it was part, I think this was part of a political game, but at the same time, they saw a possibility of decharacterization by using some elements of the Cardell's idea of self-management, not so much of the practice of self-management, which we lived with, know that it did not really work at that time, but to change the structure, they use this. They use the term of self-management. So, and I think this was particularly the case with for the generation which worked in the 1970s. The generation of 1980s already changed this system. Nobody believed in self-management at the time. Maybe some parts of the socialist youth maybe still did, but the others not. But when we applied they invented something very different from that. For example, the Neue Slowenische Kunst, we know that they invented their artistic state. They really changed this idea completely. So they did not relate to this anymore. But in the 70s, I think it worked for this first generation of the performative revolution. It was something which they used and which they even quoted, but not in the sense that we have a very good system of self-management, but they took the idea of self-management.
Thank you. I'll leave the second question for later, and I can write an email. Thank you.
Any more questions? Well, I would like you to comment on an interesting fact that, of course, the experimental theater greatly influenced the institutions. Even we know that the SNG drama then opened the experimental studio, the Mala drama. But again, I'm referring to Dusan Jovanović, who writes now in his memories of Mladinsko. He says, okay, I tried to develop the institution that would work on similar ways as experimental theater, but at the end he says it was not possible because people there are employees and they have this mentality. So what do you think of this constant relationship between alternative and institution? Is it possible for the institution to be reorganized? You lived in Ladinsko for 20 years. And to what extent? Though we see a lot of approaches in acting, in organizing a performance that are moved from the alternative theater.
Yeah, I think this is a very complex question, but very interesting one. I would say, of course, like Dusan, it's impossible, but I don't want to say because I still think it's possible. And he had he had big problems with actors in Ladinsko, so he was quite mad on them. But it's true that they found it. I think they found in Ladinsko on a basis of Ariane Nushkin, but Ariane Nushkin, I mean, partly, to a big extent. But Ariane Nushkin comes from another culture, from French culture, which does not have the fixed ensembles, which does not have the German theatrical system. And what was the problem of that time in the 1980s in Ladinsko and in Slovenia, and partly it is a problem even now, is that we have a much more severe system of repertory theater, which did not really change in itself during the 60s or 70 years, while in Germany, Austria, and Switzerland, and so on, this system changed. So it would be much more easier to adopt it than the Slovene system of the repertory theater. So maybe this was the big problem. If in France, it's not so difficult, or in countries which don't have the fixed ensembles, there are no such big differences between companies which are very small and the big companies like Ariane Nushkin, Teatro du Soleil, which is one of the key features. And in this way, I think it's very, very difficult to really change. But we can change the mentality. When we change the mentality, and when the people are not employed for their life, but they're employed with good and bad sides, and they're responsible and they have rights, we can get to a better system, which is even in the German repertory theater system is much better organized than the Slovene one. But anyway, even with this system, we had much stronger influence, I think, of the independent scene on the repertory theater aesthetics than they probably had it maybe in some countries which are this, like in Serbia or in Poland. And so on.
Thanks.
I don't know, it would be interesting also to see what our Czech colleagues think about it. Maybe if you have any comments on that, on these two systems of theater.
Exactly.
Because,
this is a provocation? Or?
This was an invitation to comment.
Not really taken here.
Oh, maybe later on.
Maybe later on. Yes. Some more questions, comments? Vishnya, your second one? No? No. If not, then I suggest...
In fact, I just wanted to thank you because that was my second question. I wanted to find out more about that transfer, so you asked it for me. Thanks.
Maybe for you, what the situation in Croatia, Serbia was similar, or was it different to what Tomasz described?
It was, I would say it was completely different even in the temporal term, because for Croatia, the 1980s were a slow death of the non-institutional theater. Many major characters that were on the scene in the 1970s and then perhaps early 80s then gave up slowly. And while some of them joined the mainstream and could be nowadays recognized as influential figures within that mainstream, but not in the sense that they always brought with them that the idea of collectivity, community that they that they nurtured in the 1970s, or if they joined institutional theaters, they were still left on the margin of those and presented as curiosities more than central figures. So it was completely different, yes.
Okay. If we have no more questions, I suggest we take a break. We get some air, some coffee, I hope. And we meet again 10 to 3 o'clock. So in half an hour. Thanks. Yeah. So, welcome back again. We continue with Primož Jesenko, dramaturg, theater critic, researcher. He published a very interesting book on experimental theater and its influence on institutional theater in Slovenia a few years ago. And today he will talk about experimental theater from 1955 till 1967, its innovations that of course influenced the development of Slovenian theater later on.
Thank you. Lahko kar, preden zamenjam, preden se prevrnemo v angleščino, vas vse lepo pozdravljam. Se slišimo. So after Tomaž's paper, we go away back in time. And in the beginning, insofar as this is an informative, condensed treatise on the wide range of the experimental theater scene that began to flourish in Slovenia after the Second World War, more precisely in 1953, let us first set 3 decisive conditions for the theatrical event and an entire theater group. First is the theater space. The second is the professionally trained staff. So playwrights, actors, directors. And as the third important part is the stable and firm conceptualization of the theater intention. We will see how each of these groups, which I'm going to talk about, somehow was achieving that throughout their years of functioning. The story of experimental theater in Slovenia is a result of connections between institutional and non-institutional activities in the period after 1950. A period which was also continuously stimulated by contact with creative currents outside of Slovenia, or rather outside Yugoslavia. However, the dialectic of transformations was realized not only by regular hosting of theaters from all over the world in Ljubljana, which became a regular practice in Yugoslavia after 1955, which is quite a fascinating fact. So I can tell perhaps these groups were, for example, were really some big theaters, as almost every big theater from that time. Burgtheater, Théâtre National Populaire, potem the theater from China, from Moscow, from Milano, from then Jose Limon Dance Company, different folklore groups from Indonesia, Ukraine, France, and Hungary, Shanghai Opera, then Academic Choir of Oslo, the Choir of Guinea, Shakespeare Memorial Theatre Stratford, Narodno divadlo Praga, Old Vic Theatre London, and so on. And since then, since '55, international visits have been regular, and an experience of the variety of different theater conceptualizations. So a frequent venue for the tours was the Ljubljana Opera. Herbert Grün wrote at that time about it in more detail. That the touring policy has already provided us with many instructive experiences. This was obviously the main goal of these guest performances. But to put this aside, above all, the transforming of the Slovenian theater context appeared through the activities of agile individuals, Slovenian individuals, who with their sophistication and non-conformist personal attitude shifted the horizon. First, by drawing attention to the established genre and stylistic approaches that were taking place abroad, such as the theater in the round, or the introduction of choreographed movement into stage expression. So the organization of the infrastructural conditions for art, which was created outside the public institutions and drew attention to the narrowness of the official theaters, shows the rudiments of the unenviable situation that non-institutional theaters still experience today. So the production of those smaller theater groups found home in Knight's Hall, Viteška dvorana, a centrally located but relatively inadequate space within the former monastery complex in Križanke. This became a focal point and the scene of a wide range of culturally and socially significant events. At the same time, it was the time of many unrealized initiatives and doubts about the work of the experimental groups, we have to know that, which were seen as a makeshift, fragmented, but also burdened with financial, spatial, and technical difficulties. And in this manner, demanding endless compromises. Nevertheless, their theatrical concepts influenced the Slovene National Theatre under the artistic direction of Bojan Štih, but also basically his time was somehow inaugurated by his predecessor, so Lojze Filipić. So it was all a group of the same people exchanging themselves in different roles. The society of the 1960s also recognized that the work of the first non-institutional groups was in the interest of the community. So this was held true, especially for those, for example, Odre 57, who had no difficulty articulating their interests, at least in terms of content. Therefore, already in the second half of the 60s, theater activities in Slovenia spread in several directions. So in the period from 1955 to 1967, the three non-institutional collectives introduced the first wave of experimental theater, which developed as an alternative to the central institution in Ljubljana, with its rigid method of the so-called Burgtheater style and its non-inventive repertoire program. In doing so, they ended the absence of avant-garde activity, modified the general artistic paradigm, and finally led to the strengthening of pluralism in the performing arts. Performing in Križanke Knight's Hall, a marginalized space in the old city, ascribed by local authorities, played a significant role in Ljubljana's theater scene. What was the imposed logistics, the production model of many coexistent theater collectives on the same stage? We shall see that afterwards. A significant outlet, however, was already at the beginning a different organization of space, theater in the round, which was a groundbreaking experimental theater format that established a new relationship between actors and audience and revived the totality of a theater event. So if we begin with the first hero of this period, Balbina Batelino Baranovic, born in 1921, so that you can perhaps this fact can perhaps help you orient a bit better. She began her theater studies in Vienna at the Institut für Theaterwissenschaften already before the Second World War. Immediately after the war, having witnessed and survived the invasion of Vienna by Red Army, she immediately tried to smuggle the production model of theater in the round to Slovenia. She first tried this subversive novelty. It was not really subversive, but in our surroundings a bit more. The understanding of the artistic director Lojze Filipic at the Municipal Theatre in Celje offered her the carte blanche. However, the response to the first experimental approach was limited. The experimental staging concept failed to mobilize additional audiences, perhaps even drove them away. The public in Celje felt suspicious of the terms experiment and experimental. And in spite of the fact that Balbina Baranovic chose a stage thriller Attentat by Swiss author Willy Somin, which was supposed to attract even more people, the performance was rather a flop. Even when the actual performance was moved from the usual theater black box to the newly renovated foyer of the theater building. It is perhaps interesting to add that this kind of this phenomenon of first trying out pioneering experiments in regional theaters was rather common at that time. But this experience in Celje only made Balbina realize the necessity of moving to Ljubljana to meet and address a different, more worldly audience. She wanted simply the audience to feel what she had experienced in Paris when she visited a performance, also a guest performance of a group from Philadelphia, so from the USA, where theater in the round was already an established genre at that time. They even, I think that the first official theater in the round as a building was built in 1940. So already before the Second World War, at the beginning of the Second World War. So when Balbina moved to Ljubljana, the cultural department of the city administration enabled her to work on within the framework of Križanke. The first performance in the capital, and also at the same time the first performance in the Knights Hall, was a dramatization of Zola's Thérèse Raquin, so a naturalistic novel, which presented a rather traditional example of literary theater, in many ways a direct transfer of the conventional interpretation to a round platform, only that, nothing more than that. This was what bothered individual critics. The experimental theater's mobilizing element existed in its good actors. And they were at that time coming almost fully from the ensemble of the Slovene National Theatre. So this intertwining of the institutional and experimental theater scenes can already be quite visibly sensed. So if we find some objections to Balbina Baranovic's program choice, we see that she truly reached further, but not too far. So in a way, the eclectic nature of her program was without any particular connection to the modernist tradition. So it was not really contemporary, as we could put it for that time. A more marked radical approach could thus be found only in the organization of this new theater, rather than in the content. So the director of, it is interesting what I said before about this interferences between the institution and experimental theater groups, that the director of the Slovene National Theatre, Slavko Jan, called Balbina 2 years after her theater first appeared, and even proposed her that the two theaters should merge. She, however, rejected the proposal. She was afraid that in a large institution, she would not be able to work according to the established model, to her established model. So in a talk with the representatives from the Ministry of Culture, she insisted that it was not possible. And as she says, I knew that if we moved to Maladrama, it would backfire on us. So after this happened, she really did not believe that the experimental theater would survive, but it did survive. So, and also the Slovene National Theatre also kept wishing to establish an experimental stage, but finally did so only in 1963. So 8 years later, or not, 6 years later, if Balbina was talking to Jan in 1957. So the anchor point of Balbina Baranovic's staging procedure was literature. Staging the works of Beckett, of Olby, then Goethe's Faust, quite big and complicated authors and works, the Faust was really in agreement with the Festival Ljubljana. It was staged in the foyer of Križanka as an ambiental performance, the first ambiental performance that Slovenia experienced. And when she invited the choreographer Henrik Neubauer, really a non-stereotype performance emerged, where dance appeared in every scene on a stage, surrounded by the audience on four sides, as was usual in the theater in the round. So, but this was an incentive for future work in this direction. Because she said the Knights Hall seemed just a fraction too small. The foyer, on the other hand, did not function as a Greek amphitheater, but as a Roman arena. Some people sat on balconies, even on the pavilion roof. I went around also asking my colleagues to do the same, to see how the hall functioned in this space, and the experience was incredible. So we had only 2 repeat performances, sadly no more. So this, her enthusiasm at experiencing Faust, her own Faust, was as divine as the experience of theater in the round by the group from Philadelphia, which she saw in France. So having been educated in Vienna, gave Batelino Baranovic a different view of the theater in itself. After that, after Vienna, a grant from the Ford Foundation enabled her to spend the year 1966 in the United States. Traveling around the continent, she also learned about the American artistic methods and about many technical novelties at that time. For example, the multivision system, which she tried to somehow transfer to Ljubljana as well after her return, but this was impossible. So that is only to say that she really felt the limitations of the Knights Hall, and again, she immediately had contacts with Lojze Filipic at an institution, at the Municipal Theater, Ljubljana. So trying to solve this problem. As I see that the time is passing me by, I would need to jump to as quickly as possible to Oder 57. Perhaps only to say previously that Balbina directed the last production in Slovenian stages in 1969, so quite early. She deliberately withdrew at the point where she became aware of the specific unresponsiveness and non-recognition of the environment in which she worked. She remained true to her aesthetic model and value system because she didn't want to allow herself a close approximation to the ideology of power and direct political connotations. So first she worked for a long time. She worked at Radio Trieste, but after that she lived remotely in Lovran, in Istria. It is perhaps interesting to note, only before I jump to Oder 57, that all these first pushes into the experimental sphere were done by two women. This is perhaps not, I mean, the situation was rather specific and is not very unusual for the Slovene context, but Balbina Batilino Baranovic and Draga Ahačić set the tone and signaled the direction the theater scene should take in the future. And after achieving that, the predominantly male Oder 57 came into the foreground, whose orientation and vision, on the other hand, was much clearer, more rigorous, influenced by the current philosophical views from France, and can be considered far better articulated and successful. The best proof for that is the poetic drama Antigone from Dominique Smollett, the so-called moral platform of Oder 57, for many, still the best Slovenian drama. So schematically speaking, the women opened the door to experimental forms, after which the men stepped over them in a figurative sense, of course, with a much better reflected theater concept, and with drama plays which are still recognized as parts of Slovenian theater history. Yes, well, if I jump a bit further on, the situation of Oder 57. So Oder 57 made one interesting revolutionary break within the framework of the text-centric matrix, because it was relying especially on the original dramatic works, original dramatic writing of contemporary domestic authors, imbued with themes that touched on the reality at the time in Slovenia. And therefore, they allowed the audience of much fuller identification. It is interesting at that point to notice that, for example, Mija Janžeković, the actress, director, and also later the filmmaker, who was working at one of the rare women who worked at Oder 57, she wanted, for example, to stage Jean Genet. But the problem was that Jean Genet was not coming from Slovenia or otherwise, because the priority was left to the authors coming from here and to the themes that were dealt in their works. Perhaps it would it would be interesting for me to say a bit more about the dynamics of, yeah, well, if I'm urged to, yes, then it is interesting, of course, that, for example, the manner in which Oder Seden-Pedersen was communicating with the powers, with the authorities, and also, I mean, there is a lot more to say about that. And it is very, very cherished, very important that such persons as Mia Janžeković, for example, are still living and open for discussion, because it is incredible, this vigor and this strength that you can really only find in someone who is a humanist and who was dealing with theater all her life. So I think I need to close. Yes. Thank you.
We'll continue with presentations and have a discussion about the four presentations at the end of this panel. We'll continue with Alia Lovnik. She's active in the alternative theater scene for several years, and she will speak about the history of Glay theater and its experiments.
Thank you. In se zahvalila gledališču Glej in Amfiteatru in Slogiju za organizacijo simpozija. Meni je zelo žal, jaz bom brala. To je nekaj strani strnjenega teksta, pač upam, da mi boste lahko sledili. A si me že dal na kamero? Ok. Hi. Today I will only sketch what I would like to develop in detail. I will focus on the politics of time, the status of experiment, and the question of generation. Let me start by saying that I am in severe lack of time. The time today is probably extremely concentrated for everyone, also in order to do as much as possible in the shortest time possible before quarantine occurs once again. This time the article is therefore a repetition, a renewal of the editorial I wrote a few years ago for the publication Glay List in Theater Glay. For several years, I followed the theater as an editor of publication and somehow concentrated my questions around still urgent and relevant issues for me: the entry for a new generation in the field of art, working conditions for future generations, the possibility of discontinuity of politics and aesthetics, and the related field of freedom, error, and experiment. Now, together with the co-editor of the Maska magazine, Pia Brezaušek, we are still setting them up intensively, probably also because we entered the field as young female critics. A name appeared within the literary and theatrical scene and primarily carries meaning that we were insufficiently experienced and insufficiently familiar with the field within which we operate. The pejorative nature of this label came from two things: the status of youth and the issue of gender difference. Critics have simply had greater legitimacy in the past. So these questions have been with me for several years, also because as a former collaborator of the Theatre Gley, I was mainly thinking about the status and the purpose of this space. It has always been reserved for certain political, aesthetic, and above all, generational changes. For the beginning, I would like to propose a definition of generation and its dichotomous nature, as we put it with Pia in editorial of Masca. The concept of generation is twofold. On the one hand, it ensures the reproduction of existing state of things, and in the narrow creative sense, the continuation of authorial poetics through the logic of master-student, which actually makes this principle conservative, despite the fact that it etymologically contains the word genesis, anticipating development through upgrading, or at least transferring and maintaining the same, anticipating regeneration. This can either be systematic and systemic, following established formal educational structures, or more sporadic and coincidental. On the other hand, it is the concept of generation producing conflicting situation that breaks the ways of life. A certain group of people can or will not understand them anymore, as they differ from their own ways of life and the values that they form in historically specific conditions of their own formation. The subjective understanding of this breaking point is what makes the generational border movable. The definition of generation is not closed. It is not always clear whether it is defined by age, geographical position, common formation, similar conditions through which groups of people enter certain key moments in life, or a mixture of everything. What marked the beginning of Gley theatre was a certain tendency toward nomadism, displacement, instability, whether aesthetic, political, or spatial, which created room for possible discontinuities and generational changes. On the occasion of 20th anniversary of the Gley Theatre, Matjaž Zupančič writes, "Gley never had a future, and that was its advantage. He always had only the present. If he used it intensively, he created a future on an ongoing basis." On the same anniversary, Zvone Schädelbauer writes that he does not even imagine theatre as a lasting thing. Gley's experimental dimension has always had a dual character from its beginning, legal and aesthetic, which of course are constantly intertwined. Hrvatin in the text Goodbye Experiment defines an experiment as passing into the unknown, as something that can only be defined later when it is performed. Hrvatin believes that a normal theatrical situation needs experimental theater for two reasons. Firstly, it examines and tests new theatrical aspirations, which due to their riskness have no place in the stronger organizational structure of institutional theaters. Secondly, the most successful realization of these aspirations find their way to institutional theaters and integrate into them as part of the general theatrical culture. The circle that was creating within this space at the time somehow sealed its fate by marching through institutions, which Jovanović explains as an attempt to change the institutions and the bureaucratic temperament of the people in them. The generation that fundamentally defines the notion of the theatrical alternative becomes at some point a canonized theatrical institution itself. Experimental theater does not chase after excess, but it is fundamentally determined by the unpredictability of the outcome, writes Primož Jesenko in the publication Rob v središču. As early as 1990, Hrvatin drew attention to certain problems that show that the Gley theater is losing its place as a fighter against normalization and is becoming a waiting room for unemployed directors. Therefore, on some level, it is not surprising that Gley later gets rid of his label experimental, also due to the changes that the non-governmental sector has experienced. In 1991, the establishment of private institutions was made possible, and the non-governmental sector began to lose its anti-institutional stance, which articulated the old cultural struggles: state versus independent scene, elite versus alternative, verbal versus non-verbal theater. Once such a clear oppositional logic between alternative culture and public institutions becomes much more complex, and differences in the ways of producing art become much smaller. Artists' process and products largely perform the work of promotion, patching in continuity of work and investment for the future. The project logic, which has spread widely across the non-governmental sector, has taken place on changes in the understanding and acceleration of time, and on a kind of deactivation of the present for the future that is related to administering future context and recognizing future values in the art market, as Boana Kunst said. Artists, cultural workers, and creative people in general are nowadays constantly involved in projects. To be honest, they are involved in numerous projects simultaneously. They are starting one while finishing another. Work is an endless series of projects. Artistic and creative professions never dealt with such emphasis on contemplation, experimentation, coming up with and forming proposals for the future as they do at the present time. At the same time, the young force is in the function of revealing potential values that the market has not yet recognized, but is constantly looking for. This is often a low-cost workforce, which must be kept as long as possible in the experimental precariousness, and youth must not end. The question of temporality lies at the very center of the economic and global conditions of artistic labor, while also being closely intertwined with a sense of life and its possibilities, and thus poses an important aesthetic and political question. Simultaneously, time is part of the ontology of the performance, which gives it an additional position in shaping a critical relationship towards flexibility and acceleration of contemporary work. The performance can show itself to be an exceptionally important critical field of temporal politics, and to offer the possibility of experimenting with different forms of temporal perception, while it can also, through the question of time, reflect the conditions of its own artistic production. We might define the temporal policy as one of the essential rebellious categories of art, which could indicate a different understanding of production and consumption, and would open up to immanent present. Theatre Gley always intervene into the established production models with the intent of controlling the state of events. Gley has two categories, or had two categories, that have been revolving around the concept of time, as they either minimize it, miniatures, or expand it, Gley's resident. The miniature carries within its demand for a commitment to the present somehow. Kunst writes of primary importance for art and workers in the artistic field is to demand endurance, continuity, and to occupy spaces of the present as much as possible. What is common is namely what is now and not what it will be in the future. The important question is how to create modes with which to support the present, how to give it back its temporal value, its complexity, and its complicity with others. The practice of art has to unfold the commonality of the present and not what has yet to come. With that, the public dimensions of the present can also be enclosed. Its conflictual, complex, and antagonistic dimension that is, through projective culture, under strong attack. Actuality and collectivity are the main commitments of this mode. The Gley theater derives a format of miniatures from pre-Gley ad hoc interventions. In 2005, under the leadership of Simona Semenic, Preglej was established as a year-round drama writing workshop. This provided a group of writers with a shorter reactive time to respond to socio-political developments. In addition to the time shift, the miniatures emphasize the research commitment, which is supposed to be a miniature, minor, small research commitment, which at the same time tests other principles of authorship. Such a format, by its very nature, is also in danger, of course, of falling into the reductionism and the acceleration of time. While the time extension typical of a residency program is necessarily tied to a policy that allows for unproductive maneuvers, no to labor, as Bojana Kunz wrote, laziness, ineffectiveness, taking time, being late, being stuck, lost in complexity, risking visibility, resistance to being global, resistance to doing and being everywhere. This can be also a manifesto for me sometimes. So we today cannot afford to be lazy. Today, artists cannot stay without work. They have to continuously work. They must constantly banish every unsuccessful and lazy gesture from their work. With that, they don't have the potential to show the mirror to society. Neoliberalism, says Kunst, finally appropriated laziness for itself. Postmodern ethics tolerated guided laziness for the ones who are speculating and projecting about the value of the future. But the artist is once again perceived as a main parasite, and his work is without value, once again. There is today a tendency to expel the artist from the public sphere. Speculation is possible only when the public good is erased and antagonistic public sphere diminished. So, therefore, essential to maintain a commitment where we can still fight against the devaluation of art. That's it. Thank you.
Andreja, boš tukaj ali boš tam? Super. A imaš prezentacijo?
No? Works. Oh, sorry. We are continuing with Andreja Kopač, theater critic, researcher, professor, that will discuss the several groups that worked inside Glej Theater, so from Beton Tanz to Beton Limited.
Okay, I will talk about Beton Tanz, that means concrete dance. And I will start. February 10th, 1992, Culture magazine, quote, although Matjaž Pograjec is still a student of theater directing in the Academy of Theater, Radio, Film and Television in Ljubljana, in the last 2 years, he has emerged on the Slovenian theater scene as a thoroughly fresh and unconventional director. He founded his own theater group, Beton Tanz Theater, which appeared for the first time in 1990 with the performers Pots Without Pockets in the cellar of Poljane High School in Ljubljana, followed in 1991, this time as a professional production in Glej Theater of Ljubljana by the performance Romeo and Juliet. At the beginning of the 19th, Pograjec directing, as opposed to the iconography of the Neue Slowenische Kunst, created by Dragan Živadinov, and the spectacle classic by Tomaž Pandur, which have marked
the breakthrough of Slovenian theater into the world, presents an entirely different form and language of theater play. The language of Pogreit's performances are not words. His dramatic principle is based on choreography of movements and space. His third play, Every Word a Gold Coin Worth, Za vsako besedo cekin, was premiered February 18, 1992 in Budapest, because the performance applied for participation of the Bagnolec International Competitions of Choreographers and Directors in France. Among 400 original candidates were selected two Slovenian groups, Isto Kovac and Knap and Betontanz. What was Pogreit said in the interview was great success for the young Slovenian state. This was the fourth selection of Bagnole International Competitions. The next edition was held in Paris with the attractive prize, 200,000 francs, which is now about 30,000 euros, but also selection and participation itself brings an acknowledgement, international status, followed by signing different contracts with international partners. As Pogreit said, if you are a winner, you get America, and if you are 10th, you get to the Eastern Bloc. And Betontanz, with the performance Every Word a Gold Coin Worth, won the first prize that brought them to the international recognition and actually opened door for the United States lately. So we cannot forget, it was beginning of the 19th and ex-Yugoslavia was burning in war. So the performance, Every Word a Coin Worth, was a third part of the trilogy for which Pogreit named as the Orange Chair, and in which he turned back to the roots initiated by the first piece, Poets Without the Pockets. He said, Peter Pan did not want to grow up. And he probably knew why, but we somehow feel that we are getting older. This performance was even more brutal. It has no humor, and it was more sad. So they went to America, first to Seattle. Joe Blake, for Seattle Post-Intelligence, 21st May, 1994, titled his review as A Strong Evocation of Social Chaos, and described performance as gritty, violent, domineering, with just occasional hint of human cooperation and tender feeling with words. Quote, Slovenian director / choreographer Matjaž Pogreit and his Betontanz, Concrete Dance, performance group wants to make a statement dramatizing his low view of high art. He wants his performers always to confront the audience with a real movement that cannot be reified, intellectualized, made into artificial. The sixth performance of the original troupe, Alma Blagdanic, Igor Dragar, Janja Meisel, Blažka Miller, Ivan Peternel, and Matej Recer, are called upon to be as much as gymnasts, acrobats, and dancers. All this is quote from the critic from Seattle. Metal wall, intensity, human grouping with the most rudimentary social organization, 2 rapes, a trial scene, a brief romantic flirting, the coldness of reality, a chance to escape, constant attempts to get over the wall, of course, as metaphor, a gold coin value and exchange to escape from brutality. Sounds familiar in pandemic, migrating world today. So American critic in 1994 strongly felt evocation of the social chaos of the Slovenian era. It is interesting that brutality and violence by the Western critics is often connected to the war and chaos in ex-Yugoslavia, while, for instance, Zhenja Leiler for Delo, the 4th of July, 1992, covering Eurodance in Mulhouse, wrote, quoting, yes, of course, and then Betontanz, who with his serious rudeness, without optimism, replacing dance dresses and shoes with raw jeans and chained heavy shoes, puts up a still battered wall and draws the space of the game on a couple of square feet. Brutal, no humor. Their arms they seek, find, reject, and create. Other notions are no more here. And if this abet infinity of constant questioning, already doomed to no answer in advance, was interrupted by the purely real, concrete, actual slap movement. The audience is surprised, referring to the East. It is because of politics of the East, they say. All this anger culminates in the show, aesthetics of brutality that does not only create a form. The public does not understand that this is not just a matter of the East, as Genia Leiter said, that it's the whole world is like that. So, and this wholeness of the thinking of the world and life outside theatrical concept is, in my opinion, something which is the part of creation of Betontan's performances from the beginning, but not with conceptual, intellectual, formal principle, but with bringing out the cruelty of the world into the theater, where it's important togetherness, even when we are not together. The group was formed as a reaction to high intellectual and conceptual artworks in the 90s, and it states, Pogrite states, I am not an anti-intellectual, but I stand against pseudo-intellectuals quarreling like dogs in their own verbal shit. What a Buddhist statement. We can somehow refer this directly to Artaud, quoting, life consists of burning up questions. Without an element of a cruelty at the root of every spectacle, the theater is not possible. The theater, which is no thing, but makes use of everything, gestures, sounds, words, screams, lights, darkness, rediscovers itself at precisely the point where the mind requires a language to express its manifestations. To break through language in order to touch life is to create or recreate the theater. Actors are athletes of the heart. So that was his actors, actually, Betontan's actors and collaborators were actually the athletes of the heart. Many of those became authors and creators of the work in following years. Let me describe togetherness of a Betontan's group in 5 points. First, special procedure every time, for every performance, tuning activities, intuition. Second, pushing up the limits, not knowing, working, trying, sweating, swearing, experimenting, homework, writing, trying, writing, moving, writing, singing, equal voices, actors being technicians, technicians being dramaturgs, circulation. Third, amateurs, device procedures, self-questioning experience, trusting, talking, over-talking, hanging, together, before and after. Fourth, directors' whimsiness, curiosity, rubbing, being direct, sometimes really indirectly. Fifth, but also joy, pleasure, fun, good food, exploring places, being tourists, surfing. After the mapping of the field with some critical writing and a brief description of the process, I can divide Betontan's performances in 3 phrases. First phrase, I would say international recognition, and which is so in some poetic titleness. First, as I already said, poets without pockets. 1990 performed in Theatre Glay. The second performance, Romeo and Juliet, 1991, also in Theatre Glay. Third performance, Every Word, a Gold Coin Word, 1992. And it was really important, this prize for international recognition. Fourth performance, Wet Hanky Thieves, 1993. It was also co-production with Sankareo Dome and with the first international partner. Fifth performance, Know Your Enemy, 1995. And Branko Potochan, as a choreographer, started to work with Betontans. And it was also produced by Glay and Sankareo Dome. The sixth performance, On Three Sides of the Heaven, 1997, and with the Glay production, Sankareo Dome. And then I would say it's a huge also generational gap with the performance Secret Sunshine Schedule in 1999, where we have a new group with Primož Bezjak, Katarina Stegnar, and this was a common production with the Bunker and Glay Theater. And then 8 performance, Midnight Mid-Flight 2000, which was a live music, and Betontat started to collaborate with Duo Silence, Benko Hladnik, and it was also co-productions the first time with Mladinsko Theater. 9th performance, Maison de Rendezvous 2002, also with Mladinsko Theater and with the new collaborators, Željko Hrs, Natasha Živković, Branko Jordan. Then Wrestling Dostoevsky 2004, with Dasha Dobršek, Irena Kovačević, me in presented Schauspielhaus Vienna. Exploring and then another phrase I would say, which is the most, I would say, the biggest aesthetic changes also and it also changes in collaborational working. It was very significant and very special, the 11th performance, Everybody for Berlusconi, 2004. It was collaboration with a young collective, Young Hollandia, with Netherlands. The original title was Killing Berlusconi, and it was the first time that, you know, it was kind of the smelling some growing fascism in Europe, because it's, of course, everybody about Berlusconi and putting into question Berlusconization of the Europe. Then 12th performance, Show Your Face, 2006. It was collaboration with Umka Theater. It was one of the most successful performances, which was played over 10 years and had a lot of reruns all over the world. 13th performance, Dance or Die, with Anna Hribar, Snežana Premuš, Dancer Hoy, and Donja Streher, little bit more connection with the dance people. Then 2008, Run for Love. It was a special performance because it was an open air with a music group Ezekiel and visual artist Andrei Matias Pogrinčić, and also a big co-production in open air in France. 15th performance, Maybe We Are Mickey Mouse, 2009. It was in a production of National Theater in Belgrade, and Bunker, Sterino Pozoria, and performance have totally new actors. It was Serbian actors from Belgrade. 16th performance, Audition for Life, 2012. It was a collaboration, a special collaboration also with Original Tempo. This is Japanese group, and it was 2 directors, which was also interesting. And then 17th performance, Track of the World, 2014, with new also performer, Vito Weiss. So there is still, okay, we have different aesthetics, 3 periods, 17 performances in years between 1990 and 2014, and there is still no concrete study, no thorough analysis, no book of Betontan's group, which highly presented Slovenia as a dependent experiment, unconventional theater since beginning of the 19th for 24 years. The half of 3rd generation of Betontan's people are now important actors and creators in the Dinsko theater. Ivan Peternel, Matej Recer, and Janja Majzel. At the 2nd generation as well, with Katarina Stegnar, Primož Bezjak, Dasha Dobršek, and Professor Branko Jordan. The main choreographer of the 2nd generation is Branko Potočan, who is also founder and initiator of significant group of physical theater, which folklore, and important decades-long creators are, for instance, scene and light designer Tomaž Trucel, music tandem Silence, started the collaboration, as I said, with Silence at Midnight Mid-Flight, costume designer Matej Benedetti, sound designer Jure Vlahović, and main producer Zavod Bunker, Nevenka Koprivšek, and all the producers team there created the works. And finally me, standing here in front of you, having this paper, would probably not be standing here if I would not pass the audition in June 2003 for performance Wrestling Dostoevsky, premiered in January 2004 in Vienna. Since then, we had more than 30 reruns all over the world, including USA. And then I did another jump in with a performance, Show Your Face. Since then, I am collaborating with Betontan's people a lot. And with some of them, I still do. If every word, a going coin word, I can say that there is no words to describe or explain human collaboration potential that I have experienced working with all people. There is no price. It is just life and bumping fullnesses that theater has, to tell a story, to write a history. Betontown's group has, with 17 performances between 1990 and 2014, importantly opened space for unconventional, brutal, passional, sensational, risky, informal, non-conceptual, sometimes less, sometimes more verbal, sometimes unclear, but never uncertain theater that speaks voices of sometimes in some state on the edge or in the heart of Europe. This voice was very potential because it was strong, loud, sometimes angry, even more stronger outside of the country. It marked 2.5 generations of actors, movers, and other makers, not only with theater, but also as a way of seeing the world and world from different perspectives, bringing to the stage different realities. What is certain is that Matthias Pogreitz as director has often feeling for sensing the world from the upside down perspective, which is as real as you believe in, like dreams. There are more things in heaven and earth, Horatio, than are dreamed of in your philosophy. Thank you.
And what better way to finish this round than with Branko Jordan, who was an active member of Betontanz and later on with Beton Limited, and he will sort of present us with a paper that investigates his own praxis.
See, I'm an actor. Thank you. Hvala. Živijo, hello. There are two main reasons why I decided to participate in the symposium. The first is the mere fact of the 50th anniversary of Gley Theatre, a theatre which all of us consider as one of the important formative theatre spaces in our professional biographies. And I would like to choose this opportunity to congratulate Gley for everything they achieved in this long path. And especially for the fact that they are still alive and kicking and vital and capable of assuring more or less good conditions for independent, experimental, and innovative practice, especially those of young theater makers who are fighting for opportunities to express their ideas, to practice their knowledge and artistic needs to shape their unique theater poetics and desires. And the second reason is the fact that the carefully selected title of this symposium gives us and me the unique opportunity to articulate some basic premises of methodologies of our collective dynamic regarding creative processes through which we conceive our performances. Despite the fact that collectiveness as a term and as an inevitable circumstance which dictates every second of our work is constantly present in our conversations, thoughts, and reactions, none of the members of Beton Limited separately or together never really systematically try to explain how, why, and under which circumstances we really work. Furthermore, during the entire period of the existence of Beton Limited, there has not been a comprehensive investigation or study into the unique approach concerning collective work in theater practice in contemporary Slovenian theater. The title of this lecture is Beton Limited, a case study. Perhaps I should better call it an attempt of a case study. And it is important to underline this in the beginning. This study is utterly subjective.
It derives from my personal point of view, and even though I try to be objective to my utmost ability in explaining the basic points that are important for understanding of our synergy, or even fundamental preconditions which were and are necessary for establishing and maintaining a collective, the conclusions I will arrive at will simply be limited by the position of an exclusive insider. Perhaps at this point, I should emphasize how difficult and perhaps even schizophrenic it is to talk about us when only I'm present and speaking here. Isn't this a direct opposition of the fundamental principles of collectiveness, where something that appears outwardly, for example, elements of this lecture, should be a result of a carefully built process through which all divergent opinions are transformed into a consensual statement, a statement which exceeds the bare sum of, in our case, 3 different opinions. This dilemma is not only a linguistic one, it is something that is constantly present in every possible situation which demands some sort of a decision. And we all know that theater is all about making decisions. In Beton Limited, we cope with this dilemma with a simple measure. We call it rdecha, the red one. The red one is a signal, a stop sign, that is used by an individual group member in order to emphasize that the other has crossed the line, that what he or she is doing or saying is not shared. When the code, the red one, is spoken, the one that gets the red label for the statement or action knows he or she is on her own, not anymore part of the herd or a tribe, as Tomasz would say. If my colleagues are present here, I'm reading, and I think one of my colleagues is present here. Surely at some point, she will use the code and you will be able to see how it works in practice. Never-ending story. So what are we talking about when we are talking about Beton Limited? We are talking about 3 actors, Katarina Stegner, who's here, Primož Bezjak and myself, who at some point 10 years ago decided to start a theater collective and have been sporadically, although continuously working together under this brand since then. Till now, Beton Limited, in an exceptional collaboration with great artists such as Jure Vlahovic, Toni Soprano, Miha Sonda, among others, and also Andrejka, you see, hello, conceived 7 different performances, mostly produced by Bunker, an independent theater institute, plus in some cases co-produced by Anton Podevšek Theater from Novo Mesto. If we put aside any kind of critical valuation of particular performances conceived and performed by Beton Limited, I believe that the biggest achievement of the collective is the bare fact that we managed to stay together, that we were able to ensure the continuity of our work during a period of 10 years, and that we were able to create the conditions for future perspective as well. The name of the group itself, its etymology and historical background offer some key elements for understanding collective Beton Limited. Beton, in English concrete, is an abbreviation from Betontanz, the parent collective to Beton Limited, established by, as you heard already, renowned theater director Matjaž Pogreitz in the early 90s, in which the 3 of us continuously collaborated for more than 10 years, since 1998, or in my case, 2001. While establishing the collective, all of us considered ourselves primarily as members of Betontanz. This was our common denominator. Yet the absence of the figure of director, the father figure, was so strong that we felt obliged to underline it in the name itself, hence limited. Limitedness was the circumstance through which we entered into a complex world of an often utopian idea of true collectiveness in theater. Perhaps the Slovenian version of the abbreviation LTD is even more precise, DOO, Družba z omejeno odgovornostjo, a company, or even better, society, with a limited responsibility, especially because responsibility is the crucial point of discourse connected to collectiveness. It is fair to say that the very first version of the name of our collective was actually Betontanz Limited, and that the first performance, So Far Away, Introduction to Egology, was signed as such, and only afterwards, and with the consensus of Matthias Pogreitz, we decided to use the abbreviation version of the name Beton Limited. As we can see in the beginning, the absence of the role of the director as it is performed in the usual organization of theatrical work was a crucial point of difference in comparison with regular approaches in theater. Yet it was also a point through which we sought a qualitative difference, or even an opportunity for some sort of originality. Earlier this year, I had an opportunity to attend the lecture of Professor Pipan from Academy for Theater, Radio, Film and Television of Ljubljana University, with the title Regia in njen konec, Directing at its End, where he stated in the very beginning that we have to very precisely distinguish between the terms director and directing, however blasphemous it sounds. For me, this was something of a revelation, just to envision that directing itself could exist autonomously without a director. However, during the time when we've got used to the fact that some sort of substitution of the director is possible through different strategies, the collectiveness itself offered us much bigger and greater challenge. How to practice collectiveness first among the three of us, then between us and other collaborators, often permanent, and in the final phase also with the spectators. The challenge derives from the phenomena of hierarchy. How do we understand?
This doesn't work. Some technical issues. Just a moment.
On the good side. Da.
Yep. Thank you, Julian. So, similar of the case of a process of decision-making. There is no democracy in a sense of voting and outvoting. Decisions that define the process itself or picking up materials in order to construct a frame for a particular performance require a long and complex process in which the variety of choices, opinions, and points of interest circulate in endless dynamic loops among us until the right decision or statement is reached. A lot of time is needed for such a process. And this endless amount of time, combined with a lot of patience, is, I would say, the main characteristic of working in a collective. The second characteristic, or shall I say fear, is connected with the compromise. We had a few discussions in the past regarding compromise, whether we feel that our artistic choices are losing their sharpness due to a consensus. However, we feel that for the most part, we actually benefited from it because a particular idea is constantly observed or shaped through different points of views. And to be frank, one can experience a special sort of an inner freedom when you don't have to produce perfect ideas on your own all the time. You see, even the original idea of a collective was not only ours. It came from the outside. It was suggested by Nevenka Koprivšek, head of Bunker. The gesture of establishing a collective, was not the realization of our own deep inner wishes or needs. And looking backwards from today's perspective, this was an important extenuating circumstance because we never put ourselves in the position that we are obliged to prove the correctness of our choice. Instead, there was mere curiosity how to deal with this unusual situation we entered in. Furthermore, the decision for a collective was never ideological in the sense of the only possible choice. We never had any doubt in the role of the theater director per se, or in a common hierarchy that is present in theaters everywhere. After all, the majority of our professional engagements as actors derive from these normal conditions. We were merely interested, intensively interested, whether and how it is possible to work in other conditions, in our case, in the format of a collective. And regarding our experiences, we strongly encourage the efforts to explore different approaches in contemporary theater, which are able to coexist with one another. Now it is perhaps time to talk about the decisive reasons why we held on to the idea of working in a collective. First of all, I think this was strongly connected with the idea of the emancipated actor, an actor who understands her or himself as a true collaborator in the process of creating a particular performance, and even further, to have at least some sort of a voice or word regarding artistic choices connected with development of his skills, fields of interest, position as an artist, working conditions, and so on. The process of the emancipation of actors in general is a process that has its roots way back in history, while decisively impacting the evolution of the Slovenian theater landscape. However, the process is slow and sometimes barely visible, although it is fair to say it has something to do with inner growth of each individual actor as well as an artist. Yet, the three of us were systematically exposed to an intense course of widening the narrow views concerning the role of the actor since the early days of our professional careers. By collaborating with Matjaž Pograjec and also with some other directors, for example, Sebastian Horvat, Bojan Jablanovec, Jernej Lorenci, we developed a sort of a hunger for decisively questioning the way we deal with issues that defined us, personal, intimate, and so on, and political, of course, in the theater. So I would say it was a desire how to articulate contemporaneity, how to have a personal artistic influence on the content itself. As I mentioned before, certain preconditions have to be met in order to achieve an operative collective, a community that works effectively without a strong top-down hierarchy or without initially strong defined obligations and responsibilities, which are the true natural enemies of creativity. Those preconditions were filled out by us, by Beton Limited. They are specific for our path and in this sense sort of unique. However, these perhaps contain certain truths. The first, common background. In our case, the parent collective Betontanz is an excellent example. Besides that, we also share common experiences while being schoolmates at the Academy for Theatre. But most of all, we spent an incredible amount of time together on and off stage before we started working together in the collective, which enabled two things for us. First, an enormous trust in each other, tested in practice on numerous occasions, on rehearsal performances, on tours and so on, combined with a mutual admiration of our capabilities and talents. And secondly, a wide net of shared referential codes, words, terms, images, but also feelings, for example, which are necessary not only as a support in creating a common language, but also as an efficient method in coping with time. Common referential codes help us to economize the time needed to arrive from a starting point to some sort of a result. The second one, the emancipated actor, which I elaborated earlier. The third one, some sort of realized artistic personality. The fact that we joined the collective without a special desire to establish our individual artistic personalities and careers is one of the reasons which prevents unnecessary exhibitionism and disables wishes for realization of one's unfulfilled fantasies. The reasons for working in a collective are in our case completely different, so to say, not performative. We mostly occupy ourselves with content and phenomenological questions, which subject to choose and how to stage our point of view. The fourth, insight into widespread approaches in theater. Information and especially practical experiences with different methods of organization in the theater are crucial in the development of specific forms, approaches of work. I can state with assurance that the Beton Limited would never have come into being if we wouldn't have had the first-hand experience that collective of actors can exist in practice. In our case, there was the crucial collaboration with a group from the Netherlands called Jong Hollandia, today known as Wunderbaum, which formed from a much longer and systematically developed idea of so-called theater makers, based on the suggestion of director Johan Simons, who obviously recognized at some point that the necessity to invest in the research of such forms of work, but above all, he invested certain funds in an unpredictable endeavor. And the fifth, an opportunity. This is perhaps the most important circumstance of all, which is often beyond our control, because it is connected with the vision, the broad-mindedness and courage of individual artistic directors, as well as decision makers and policies of particular institutions, etc., which enable a certain individual to recognize the potentials in particular artists, or even further to encourage conditions that can influence the development of new practices. In our case, such a vision or gesture was carried out by earlier mentioned Nevenka Kupriushek, who realized we could form a collective before we did. Later on, it was Matthias Berger, the artistic director of Anton Podbevšek Theater, who gave us 3-year-long residency, which helped us to strengthen our relations so that we could consider ourselves as a collective at all, something bigger and stronger, which transcends the mere sum of 3 separate individuals. The opportunity and support given and offered to us by Bunker during these past 10 years, Bunker, is something that we would encourage all artistic and operative decisions makers to practice as often and as systematically as possible. And to conclude, a premise which I borrowed from Karolina Babic, a collectiveness is a state of mind which exists only when it is practiced and does not exist when it is not. Thank you.
Thank you, Branko. Now I open the discussion for the 4 presentations that we've heard in this panel. If someone has a question, please raise your hand or signal us through the Zoom. If not, I would like to start with Primož. I find it very interesting, this constant collaboration and this relationship between institution and experimental theaters that is going on from the 1955 till probably till today. But especially in this first period, it seems like the institutions were under a severe control. So the initiatives were sort of delegated to the alternative theaters. We were speaking of Lojze Filipić, who was active in institutional theater and then supported, of course, the work of experimental theaters. The actors that were active in alternative theaters and in drama and so on. Was this a kind of tactics of artists, theater artists, to renew their way of doing things?
Thank you for the question. I think that it's all got to do with the broadness of a certain individual. For example, because when you see the reaction of Lojze Filipić already to the idea of Balbina to bring theater in the round, of course he let it go, he let it happen. And we could speak about it's the same in Boyenstich's case. Of course, Boyenstich was even much more courageous because he allowed himself to renew the whole repertoire of Slovene theater. But I think that concerning the actors, of course, they were inclined towards acting in theater in the round, especially in order to broaden, to deepen their horizon, to become a better actor. Because some really old, stiff actors of Maria Vera style, of Maria Vera age, were afraid of theater in the round, afraid of people beside them. And exactly this is what theater in the round changed, because you got a direct contact with the audience. You had to react in a second, instantly. So if you wanted to survive in the future as an actor, you needed to broaden your own senses and to somehow get acquainted with the new reality. Yes, I think that, I mean, this relation of the experimental groups with the authorities is somehow a funny thing, partly, we could say that, because already Tomasz previously mentioned that it was all a game. Of course, and the game was getting tighter or more loosened in different periods. I think that, for example, the authorities were afraid of what other cities concerned. They were afraid of them because they were intellectually much higher than themselves, and that's why. And that was in the part that I couldn't go through. They were somehow the authorities took Odr 57 as the real equal partner, and they could even have conflicts with them, and this was the kind of information for Odr 57 as well, especially for the Taras Kermaner, of course, because he was the and Veljko Rus perhaps, because even though he was a bit more reserved, but Taras Kermaner in specific periods almost was searching for a conflict everywhere, all around. And in the end, he even didn't want to use the term experiment anymore, because basically he was completely right. The Odr 57, their approach to making theater was completely professional, not experimental. That's how he, of course, explained this decision of his. So Taras Kermaner had a complicated relation to the authorities as well, but somehow they were coming through. It's the same, for example, as Mija Ježeković said 2 days ago. There was no real fear, but There was a tension, but the tension was constant, of course. And they were always trying to get through, to come through. And they did their thing, of course. They had no auto-censorial or
Self-censorship, yeah.
samocensura. Because they did their things, they did it until the end, and they hoped that nothing will happen.
Well, it did in 64. Yeah.
In 64, yeah.
But they were invited as an equal partner. This was especially the case that you mentioned with Antigone in 61. The production was then adopted by the drama theater in Ljubljana and the Maribor. It was staged there as well. And it of course brought enormous recognition, enormous resonance that other 7PS never would have had. On the other hand, of course, it made other 7PS a very important factor.
Yes. This is a very, very not funny, very strange phenomenon that occurred at that time, because the Oder 7PS in fact functioned as a kind of a role model for the institution. First, the texts, the new texts were tested out on the stage of experimental theater. And then when they saw that really the response of the public was very, very good, very enthusiastic, approximately 6 months or 7 or a bit less, after the premiere at the experimental theater, the same text was adopted in the institution. And so, as you see, in Antigona, for example, or was it Ofera? Antigona, I think it was staged first in Maribor, some 4 months after Oder 750, and then already I think 6 months later in Slovene National Theatre. Of course, the directors were different. Some roles were the same. For example, Yuri Souček played acted in both performances, but also, nevertheless, the atmosphere in the hall when the performance was presented was not the same, of course. And because you could sense really, as for example Janžekovič mentions, the feeling of rebellion, this rebellious atmosphere every time a thing like Antigona or Afera or one of those great texts was staged in Oder 750, and this was never renewed in the National Theatre.
Thanks. We have a question from Ghana. From Višnja, sorry, from Zagreb.
Hi. It's a question from Branko. I'm not sure if I can, if all questions have to be addressed to all the participants in chronologically, the way they presented, or I can ask somebody else.
Višnja, could you repeat that?
I'm sorry, can you hear me? I think there's a problem with my mic. Can you hear that?
For Branko?
Yes.
Okay. Can you repeat it? We didn't hear it.
I'm sorry, I did not catch that. Can I repeat the question?
Yes, please.
Yes. Well, I didn't even ask it. I just checked the mic. Anyway, so Branko mentioned two aspects of their work, of the creative process, which of which the first is the emancipation of an actor, the necessity or the need to get to free yourself of that confinement of that creative function, and the other one was some sort of relief that one can get from collective responsibility, or also the benefits, the way you can benefit from being limited in your creative possibilities or ideas, etc. And those intentions to me seem rather opposing or contradicting each other. So I was wondering how they managed to fuse them in their creative process. And I mean, did they start with them with contradicting intentions or desires, or did they just discover some of them along the way and realize that this is essential part of their work?
I'm not sure whether I understood completely, but you're asking, no, it's not because of you, it's because of the sound system. Ah, you're here. Okay. So you're saying that there are contradictions in the beginning of how we start to work, or
No, because you mentioned that important aspects of how you work are, on one side, the need to emancipate yourself as an actor from what you conventionally do as an actor and to do more. But then on the other side, the other important aspect of your work is that you don't get to be responsible for all the mistakes or for all the benefits. You know, it's a collective responsibility. So
okay.
that sort of resolves you of your fear. And then also there's the other thing, and that's the limits that the others present for you. You know, the limits of your of what you can do as an actor within a collective, because others have their own rights. So those ways of working, or I don't know, what the name, what word in English?
No, I think that does.
It seems opposing, you know. So I was wondering how do you manage to do that in practice? I mean,
so when I'm talking about the so-called emancipated actor, the starting point of this term is actually connected is connected to in the position towards the normal circumstances, hierarchical, top-down circumstances, which are different ways practiced in the theater. And I'm talking about emancipation. I'm talking about this, that if you want, that on our path, if we wanted to do that, we have to reach some sort of a feeling of emancipation or a desire to be emancipated, or just to be put in a real collaborative place in a chain of making a performance. But this is still the mental frame is still connected with the normal top-down hierarchy in the theater, which is connected with the director, and it goes like this down. When we are talking about collective work inside, the emancipation is not a term that we use among each other, you know. About responsibility, I think that if you try to imagine a performance as something that is outside of you, that is building, that it's something that you have to build, that you of course you have a big impact, it goes out of you, but at some point it becomes something a little bit more objective. Then you don't have really need to be responsible for all decisions on this path. You observe it. The process you observe is connected with the different approaches of all individuals at the same time, which can be rethink or rebuilt or re-questions through the whole of the process. So lack of responsibility, well, for me, especially for me, is something that is good, because I'm always working in a sense of a doubt, so I'm never sure. So it's very good that there are to other people around me. And I don't see the responsibility I take is only in a process of decision making, not a responsibility toward the performance at the end.
Yes, I think you managed to answer my question. It seems like that those things sort of balance themselves out for you.
They are. I mean, there is no other solution, because if you have a collective of 3 different actors, so it's not a collective of different artists involved in a process. So we are coming from the same field of an art, if you want to say, if you want. Yeah. So there are not different approaches in a way of a media or approach or interest or art occupation. We are on the same scale, and because of that, we have to build collectiveness really among ourselves, not from individual point of view or something. Now, I didn't listen to all of the lecturers, but for example, most of the cases from the past, they could be described as sort of a collective or tribe and so on. Behind all of this form, there is at least one person who is in charge of it, who is encouraging this collectiveness. And there are some actors who are really, really happy they are part of this collective, and they're really enthusiastic about that. And I'm sure that they really felt as a true member of the tribe. But at the end of everything, there is still one or perhaps 2 persons, or one from the theoretical point of view, or dramatist and then director, who are still deciding and also initiating the need of the collective. So they are creating a collective still from some sort of a hierarchy, top-down position. Or perhaps it's not a top-down, perhaps it's a side position, but it still always puts some inputs how to create this state of collectiveness.
And you don't feel that. You don't feel that at all in your small theater collective. The fact that there is some sort of informal hierarchy, that it's not stated on the paper, but it's there just because somebody is more eloquent and then another person has more energy or something like that. So there is no hierarchy. I mean,
it would be life. I would say we never feel that.
Okay.
But the true, I mean, the true value of the 3 of us is that we are really also as an actors and artists, and also in what we are good at and how we think, that we have very different positions in our mental and artistic scheme. So we, always is someone who is sort of taking this in charge or initiate. I could easily say, yes, I'm an organizer, for example. I have the most of organizing capabilities among the 3 of us. And I'm the one who says, okay, let's start with the rehearsal. Do we have a plan? What should we do? And so on. But this is not directing, you know? I mean, it's not being in charge of it. Because then we say, okay, well, then we have some sort of a question which is really from the content or the artistic question, and I don't have any idea. So the other one comes and takes, I think it should be like this. And it is very personal, individualistic position. No doubt, we start from the individualistic positions. That's why I'm talking about it. It's an endless round, which are not democratically voted or somehow outvoted, but in a way, they are, it's like this polder model from the Netherlands, you know, they're talked about so much, and in so many, and not so talked, also practice and so on, from so different angles, that after 2 weeks or 1 month, I have the feeling that it was my idea. But actually it was not. And sometimes when we are talking about the performances, they already, I mean, they're like in the past, someone of us says, oh, this was my idea. But I say, oh, I'm not sure. I think it was my idea. So I'm just talking that we really focus on creating a field in which we start from very individual points of view, very egoistic, and it's very good that they are egoistic because they have firm stands and so on. But they are put in a process of rethinking, doubt, disagreement, and so on. Yeah, basically.
Thanks.
I have another question for you. Oh, yes.
So very short question for Branko. First of all, congratulations for very, very interesting presentation. And to continue with this question posed by Vishnya, tell me one thing which is maybe, okay, maybe it is just your, I mean, this is maybe you don't have a problem with it at all within the collective. But for us, outsiders, I think it would be interesting to hear. When you, during the process, when you work, when you are in the process, and you said it is slow, we need time, and in a certain moment, okay, I can imagine that you get a consensus. We will do it like that. That's good. All three of us are happy about it. That's consensus. No problem. But if you have a situation where even after 1 week, 1 month, or 2 months, you cannot reach the consensus, at the end of the day, a decision should be taken. So, who is the one who will take the decision? You said we don't use democracy in that sense of voting and blah blah blah. Okay, but if there is no consensus, then you have to make a decision.
I will answer this question. This is already.
Yes, hello. I will answer the question. The consensus is made by the stage. The stage makes the decision. And this is the thing that the stage action makes a decision, because we talk for so much time and we discuss very thoroughly how we approach things, and then when we find the right action, we don't have to talk about it anymore. And we take a lot of time to talk about the content, and then we wait for a long time before going on stage, because we're very afraid of going on stage. And when we come on stage, actually, when we find the right manifestation, then there's no question anymore. So it's actually the stage is the better actor.
I didn't answer.
No, this is completely ontology answer, which is completely true. But if we go completely surgical, in this question, what you said, it is so the answer is like this. So we have this situation, and I decide that we have to do it like this, and then we do it. And then if there is a reason, even of me, we are not satisfied, then we try with another solution until we don't have another solution. So here comes the responsibility, you know. So you can say, okay, Katerina decided this. I mean, it was her final word that we do this action here. So it was a question, we didn't know, nobody had an idea. Katerina said, I think it should be like this. And I say, I don't think so. Okay, let's try. Let's try. But now it comes responsibility that if I still don't think that this is the right decision, or I don't feel it like I would do, The question is how I would like to do. So if I have a solution and I have to come or come with a solution, and then we try it, and then we see on the stage, as Katrina said, which one is better, or primages and so on. So easily is to say, that's why I think that we have some sort of a formula, which is not, I wrote this piece, but it's very hard to rationalize it, because there is some sort of a common energy which is very unique. And I have to say in this example that we tried also with some other actors, you know, with whom we were really friends, and we thought it would go, but it didn't. It was not possible. Nothing bad happened, nothing traumatic, but we just saw that somehow we can communicate among ourselves very softly in a way. But as I say, the key question is, so if you don't, so as a member of collective, if you don't agree with something, it's not enough. You have to come with a new solution and try to persuade it or try to build it on the stage and so on. I mean, in a way, it's very easy.
And there's no veto.
No, there's no veto.
There's no veto.
Nobody goes home and say, okay.
Thank you. Do we have another question? Anna? That's it?
There's a camera.
Anna, do you have a question? This is a strange situation. Okay. We don't hear. Okay.
Oh, sorry. Did you meant me, like Anna?
Yes.
Oh, all right. Yeah, I just asked. Hello. Greetings from Prague. I have a question for this Beton Collective. Like Branko told a lot, but I'm really interested in the process and stuff. And as a member of non-hierarchical collective as well as you, but from slightly different perspective, we are scenographers, but we will talk about it tomorrow. But I would like to ask about this 3 years residency you mentioned, like how it happened that you've got a 3 years residency, and was it like a sharing the same space, or was it like something I didn't understood well? So the question is not on the right place, but yeah, it's easy, just ask.
I'm very rarely on that kind of symposiums, and I think this is the proof that when actors talk, then there are some questions.
Okay, no, thank you for your question. It's also a little bit anecdotal one. It's nice to hear the 3-year residential, of course. At the beginning, there was an invitation, or how to say, well, let me start like this. After the first performance, and I didn't mention that in my lecture, after first performance, we didn't have necessity that we have to do another performance, if you understand. We got an opportunity, we did a performance, we were very happy how we collaborated, but we didn't have necessity to start the cycle of producing new performances. So for 1 year, we didn't do any new production. And at that point, the director, Matjaž Pograć, which I mentioned, came with the invitation, which is sort of, for us, it was completely, Berger, what did I say? Oh, yeah, Berger. All directors are Matjažes. So he came with an invitation, and we were very surprised, but at the beginning, it was only 1 year residency. It was common invitation to work in a program of the theater. But immediately after the premiere, he approached to us that he would like to continue this collaboration. And collaboration was always with the bunker, it was co-production. But in a way, he enabled us that we had in front of us the period, for example, of 2 or 3 years that we knew that we will have to work. So we were sort of forced, you can watch it from this side, or it was really a good opportunity that we knew that we will have continuity to work. And it was not official residency, like that would be a grant or something like that. But for us, it was a residency because we were, as a collective, involved continuously in a program of one theater, which is also a theater without an ensemble or regularly employed actors, except one. So in a way, you come when you come to this theater, you feel like it's your space in a way. So yeah, this was.
Thank you.
Yeah, no, but I have to say, now I have this before I go to the cigarette, that for us, for example, every year, I didn't mention it, when we talk about collective and about Beton Limited, there is one fact I didn't mention it, which is very important. We are not dependent only in working this collective. So we have, for example, other fields of interest and careers and so on. And it's sporadically, you know. And when we were in Novo Mesto, when we worked every season, every year, one performance, we noticed that we felt in a trap of producing things. And we couldn't, because of the time I mentioned for the collective is very important, we couldn't process and reflect and think about what happened already when it was finished. We started a new one. It was very, very big pressure to us. And at the end, we had feeling that we don't feel ourselves in a way what we somewhere here felt we should do. So we were at the end of this 3-year period. We cut it for more than for 2 years, I think, and then started from the beginning. And also now in this period, we should do the performance this summer. And I mean, I'm talking this like some sort of chit chat or something, but it was incredible that our producers, Banker, opened the possibility that we postpone the production for 1 year because we were in a phase, we didn't feel each other in a way that we could do something. And this is really, really something exceptional. I mean, it's a privilege. It's not something you can get easily, you know. And in a way, this is only a term of programming, of calendars, of reports to ministry. But for us, it's something different. It's really a gesture that because of us, because of the value of this collectiveness, which doesn't have very firm organized basics, it's very good that somebody listened to us, what we need, and so on. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Do we have another question? If not, I suggest we take a break and come back in 10 minutes for the last presentation of today.
Kaj? A ste že gor? Jaz sem šla, mogla pol tako gledati gor, pa bom.
Ne mi zdaj rado stvari nikam.
Kje so te roladice si dobil? Ne, zdaj je že konc.
Čakamo, da še ona dva prideta.
Hello, Ghana. 20 do 6 je. Vse skupaj. Ja, 20 minut po diskusiji. Ja, ker sta samo ona dva. Ne. 20 do 6. Boš ti kaj še, jih lahko upomniš nekako? Aha, ok, super.
Pišem, veš?
Hello. Hello.
Aha. Hello.
Can you hear me?
Hello, Ghana, are you there?
Yes. You're on standby.
Welcome to Slovenia, from Slovenia, and have a nice day. So I will, because we're a little late, welcome to the last session of today's conference symposium. And we have really long-term distance. So I would like to announce Promise Niatepek Niotama and Akusua Abdallah. And you will give us a lecture or presentation from youth theater and community empowerment in Ghana. And I'm just happy to announce you, and I'm giving you word.
Ja se sam, veš. Ja četam, veš, nič ne moram razbremenjati kot to. Oči mahamo.
Yeah, hello, everybody. Yeah, I was wondering if Yure can connect Akusi Abdallah. She will be sharing her screen for the presentation.
Yeah, but there's no waiting. She should just connect herself, like she did before. She was in before, but now she's not in yet.
Right, she's connecting in a second, please. Kindly bear with us.
Almost. Not yet, I'm coming. Oh, okay. I can't see myself, I'm coming.
The camera.
Okay, now I'm going to share my screen.
Oh, hello.
Okay. Hi. Promise, can you hear me?
I already announced you, so you can start.
Just a second, I'm almost there. Okay. Okay.
Can you please turn on camera? Can you, sorry.
Yes.
Hello.
Just a second. I'm having connectivity issues. I'm almost there.
Okay. Great. We can see the screening now.
You can?
Yes, we can.
But I'm trying to look for my camera. Just a minute. Okay. It took a while.
You can start.
You can start.
Okay. Okay. Hello, everybody. Hi, how are you? Sorry I took so long. Please forgive me. We bring you warm greetings from Ghana, the land of cocoa, gold, and beautiful sandy beaches. My name is Akusi Abdallah. I am the director of the Community Youth Cultural Center and president of ITI Ghana chapter. My colleague for this presentation is the indefatigable Dr. Promise Nyatefe Nyatwame. He's a lecturer with the Department of Theater and Film Studies at the University of Cape Coast in Ghana. In the unlikely case of any erratic power cut, please forgive me. Promise will pretend to be Superman and come to my rescue. Now, the topic of our presentation is Youth, Theater, and Community Empowerment in Ghana. The outline of our presentation includes an initial background of the study, research concerns, methodology, conclusions, and recommendations. Background to the study. There seems to be a keen interest in community youth theater across the globe. Theater for and with young people has attracted significant attention in recent times. Youth theater in Ghana is a community-centered, non-professional theater which articulates the life experiences of underprivileged groups for the purpose of achieving personal and collective empowerment. This practice somehow has metamorphosed into a dynamic cultural intervention that blends art with action, aesthetics with pragmatism, and community participation. And this is all to stimulate the needed social change in our community. Topical issues such as teen pregnancy and substance abuse are digested through participatory, animated, and interactive theater. These young practitioners operate in locations such as community centers and churches. Now, the target audience or groups are chosen for the purpose of initiating and sustaining process of rehabilitation. This, in essence, is simply to meet their sociocultural, educational, psychological, and emotional needs. Now, one may ask, what is the idea behind the selection of such spaces? It's simply to encourage attitudinal change, which translates into social change and empowerment. Now, the center we're talking about has been in existence for 30 years. It's an agency under the tutelage of the National Commission on Culture, which is also under the Ministry of Tourism, Arts, and Culture. It is primarily mandated to address the socio-cultural aspirations of the youth in the catchment areas. Disciplines such as the performing arts, skills development, and sporting activities forms the base of the center's numerous accomplishments. There's something for everyone: music, drama, dance, puppetry, graphic design, sewing. The list is endless. As a cultural agency, the thinking of the institution is that youth theater provides the young people and other marginalized groups with the opportunity for self-expression. To this end, the Youth Theater Project provides an opportunity to articulate repressed and forbidden life materials that resist or negate in some way with the status quo. Now, the purpose of the study. The main purpose was to explore activities of community-based youth theater. The case study, therefore, was to examine the politics, dynamics, the focus, the vision of CYCC as a specific setting of community-based youth theater practice in Ghana. And the inkling is to examine the extent to which specific groups of the youth in such disadvantaged communities were somehow able to use theater to benefit themselves through empowerment processes. Now, what are the research concerns? One, we're looking at the objectives of the community center and how the center supports community works and contemporary theater models. We're also looking at the contemporary theater models and the contemporary theater and the models that underpin the community works of CYCC. And we'll also look at the ways in which the community youth theater serves as an avenue for sustainable community empowerment. Review of related literature. Now, the concept of youth theater is gaining strides locally and internationally. Researchers have varied perspectives on its practice. A point of view provide practical issues bordering on the concept of youth theater. Jensen, Leaf, Lev Allegem, Richardson, Pearson, all of them are looking at the practical issues bordering on the concept of youth theater, its nature and purpose, activities associated with the practice, benefits of youth theater and its applications. This also includes conditions necessitating the practice, strategies for managing it in different contexts and approaches to youth theater. The Ghanaian child or the disenchanted youth in my community, they tend to be in need of guided activity. And so they are likely to see the benefits from the socio-psychological advantages of participation in theater-centered activities. Hughes and Wilson, Richardson, Pearson describe the term youth theater as a wide variety of organizations that engage young people in theater-related activities in their own time. As an individual, I've always said that the youth are the window of hope in attending live theater performances, and that expectation needs to be inculcated in them at an early age. Richardson considers youth theater as drama for life, and the mode of practice can be advanced at each milestone in life. As a community art form, Jensen explores participatory youth theater performance with the discourse of convergence, culture, and learning. This is in sync with our Ghanaian or the Ghanaian participatory form of communal storytelling, the theater for development methodology, and the Ebibigro concept of performance, which is total theater, a blend of music, dance, drama, and puppetry. What is our methodology? The research approach was qualitative in nature, research design was a case study, sampling technique was purposeful, 6 artists, for the sample size, 6 artists and facilitators with a minimum of 5 years and a maximum of 30 years working experience were interviewed. Data collection instruments were interviews, observations, and documents. Data analysis was based on transcription and identification of themes. Analytical forms, purely performance and content analysis. Now, findings. At the end of deliberations, the research questions sought to explore the role of CYCC in supporting youth theater for community empowerment in Ghana. 4 thematic categories were identified: post-interviews, observations, and document analysis. 1, supporting socio-cultural needs and aspirations of the youth. 2, youth development program events. 3, community youth theater practice. And lastly, cultural intervention for educational and social development. Now, in supporting the sociocultural needs, accounts given by facilitators indicate that the training and skills development at the center goes a long way to highlight the goals, objectives, and the mandate of the center. In supporting the social needs and aspirations, for instance, Kuku, one of the youth camp participants, a very young boy, explained that CYCC is the community-based center, which has involvement with the community leaders, stakeholders, schools, and the general populace to ensure an alliance and a base for community engagement and discussion. And this objective, at the end of the day, was to enhance the creative abilities of the youth, promote cultural values, spirit of patriotism, and prepare them as an important manpower resource for development. Now, let's have a quick glance at the objectives of the Community Youth Cultural Center. And we're looking to responding to and satisfy the out-of-school recreational and leisure time need of the children. Identify and realize the talent of these kids. We're also looking to enhancing their creative and cultural abilities. They may have the raw talent, but it's up to us to enhance it and let them fly with it. We're also looking to promoting positive values of patriotism and cooperation. And we're also preparing them as an important manpower resource for development. And so to set the basis for the evolution of youth cultural movement in Accra. It is also envisaged that the CYCC programs and activities can be or will be replicated in other regional cultural centers. Presently, it's only in the Greater Accra that has the Community Youth Cultural Center. See, now let's look at some of the youth development program events. CYCC, by virtue of its activities and events, has become a mini cultural center. And this is evident in the programs and quasi-projects that takes place there. Nearly forgotten traditional games, hide and seek, storytelling sessions are almost extinct in the urban towns. Integration of the privileged and underprivileged is the hallmark of the center. And its geographical location makes it a hub for the rich and the poor. When you look at the picture on the slide, these young people were rehearsing towards a performance. That's the dance cultural group. And on the right, apart from the three legs of the performing arts, music, dance, and drama, we also have the sporting component attached to it. And so two teams, one from each catchment area, was seen in competition at the center. Let me just add a little spice to this. Coincidentally, these kids, they are not intimidated by the class or status of their parents, but rather they tend to embrace their differences and friendship, which brings them together during the annual youth camp. That's another picture of the summer vacation camp. And the summer vacation camp is the flagship program of the center, which culminates into a festival of sharing, exchange of ideas, communal participation, and friendship. Various activities such as study sessions, like the one you see on the left. After school, these kids walk into our facility, so we help them with their homework, we help them to learn how to read. And on the right, they are learning the rudiments of stringing beads together. So at the close of the curtain, these activities and events enhance capacity building and community empowerment for the youth. The picture speaks volumes about some of the activities. Community youth theater practice. The performing arts experience and the theater making process provides a unique opportunity for the youth to explore their feelings, their thoughts, experiences, attitudes, and behavior in a lively context that is reflective of their everyday life. Such platforms become avenues for the youth to be assisted to express and manage difficult situations. The slide on the left was the puppetry performance. This was to support the drama in education, theater in education in one of the popular international schools in the country. And on the right, we get periodic visitors. This particular visit is students from the University of Texas in Austin. They come annually to mingle with these kids and learn from each other. It is apparent that the youth theater culture of CYCC is influenced by the total African theater configuration, a bibigro performance aesthetics, popular theater, community theater for change, and community participation. That's also another performance. This was done in 2019 during the Christmas holiday. During the Christmas, we did the Christmas carols lessons, and that was the performance component. As for the puppetry performances, always on the road, always in the community for community outreach programs. So training at the center offers a holistic approach to the cultural and creative industry. Facilitators and artists of CYCC emphasize the importance of community works, empowerment, creativity, fellow feeling, and teamwork through professional and creative experiences with the center. Now, some of the past products or graduates of the center describe CYCC as somewhere they felt welcomed, accepted, appreciated, and supported. And we're very, very happy when they say things like this to us. So for some of the volunteers with the center, the youth theater had provided a significant source of empowerment for them to be trained as creative professionals. An artist who once visited the center and had so much to share with us was of the view that as a training ground, CYCC has produced some influential performing artists and sports personalities. Sherif Agunu, a famous Afro-Asian musician in Ghana, Anas Armiyao Anas, he's an ace international investigative journalist, and the Ayew brothers, Andre Dede Ayew and Jordan Ayew, both are Ghanaian professional footballers. One of them plays in Swansea City, and I think the other one is in Crystal Palace PC, and they are quite famous. So from the findings on the works of CYCC, it becomes evidently clear that the community youth theater was basically initiated as a recreational yet empowering educational and developmental activity. It has, however, succeeded in generating a more fundamental tool for everyday life and identity formation of the local people. Cultural intervention. The slide you see here, one was a storytelling session and the other a reading clinic. We organized periodic reading clinics to help the children be in tune with new ways of reading, new methods, new books that have arrived. So we go out of our way and borrow books from friends, from the affluent families who have books. We bring them to the center and let these kids also have a go at learning for themselves. And here is another shot of this girl. I love this shot. We took it from a different perspective and it's one of my favorite shots. Yes, we have a baking center. People come and learn the rudiments of baking and go back home and make a business out of it. And the slide on the right is kids learning how to string beads together. Unfortunately, we have to end this. In this study, it was found out that CYCC in Ghana has the potential to trigger community empowerment processes. The community youth theater practice in particular offered Ghanaian youth meaningful creative opportunities toward personal and social, educational, and development processes in an informal context. We're also looking at performing arts and facilitators at the center being employed in diverse performance modes using music, dance, drama, and puppetry theater forms to facilitate, initiate, and sustain community empowerment processes, particularly for the youth development purposes. Now, recommendation. The study recommends that cultural and creative centers in Ghana should harness potentials of the youth theater practice, develop community-specific and context-driven theatrical performance models to support artistic, aesthetic, cultural education, and non-formal education processes to enhance our collective strive for community empowerment in Ghana. Thank you so very much for your apt attention.
Thank you very much for the presentation. Maybe I will just like to ask our public if somebody have some question, comments, remind. Yes? Okay.
Thank you for this presentation of your center, cultural center, but I would like to know a little bit more about how this theater is done. It is mentored by professional actors, directors, or is it something that is produced by young people? Are they choosing the topics and this kind of thing?
Okay, all right. These young people come on board with absolute raw talent. They're interested in theater, but have no idea. And sometimes we do not even have a script. We use improvisation mostly for the kids to acquaint themselves with the various roles that is given them. And so for continuity purposes, sometimes I video the proceedings of a day and then let them review it before adding to the story the following day. And so improvisation plays a key role in the way these kids are able to put theater together.
I have a question. How many children is included in this organization, and how often these children are going to these activities? Is there children who are all the time, or you have a different workshops? So how is this organized? You know, because you said you develop music, dance, drama.
Okay. Okay. We have an after-school program. So Monday to Friday after school around 4:30, these kids pass by the center, one, to let us help them with their homework, two, Monday, Wednesday, and Friday is for music, Tuesday, Thursday is for drama and puppetry shows. And then sometimes we have special weekend programs. When they have nothing doing on weekends, they simply troop to the center. They simply troop to the center to, for lack of a better word, rehearse with us, or just to have an interactive session with us. So they have become part and parcel of us. But then on an annual basis, there is an annual youth camp, which bring kids from all over the community. So they come together to go through the rudiments of skills development. That one is a fun time. We feed them in the afternoon, we take them through the various lessons, and at the end of, let's say, a 1-month period, we have a closing ceremony. We have either the minister or the deputy minister or an important theatrical dignity attend the function just to motivate these children.
Okay, maybe I will also ask Promise if you can say something about, you know, we have you here to maybe add some thoughts, or maybe you can say some concrete case.
Sure.
Ciao.
As the mandate of the Community Youth Cultural stipulates, the CYCC Center is to support community activities in terms of how children with capacities can be built. And so therefore, occasionally, as Akusia enumerated earlier, we have personalities who pass by the center, and some of them have been beneficiaries of the center. Even as she spoke of the famous, footballers, Andre and their brother, in the Ghanaian national team, the Black Stars. They were beneficiaries of the center when they were young because they happened to live in that community. And so as beneficiaries, with time, they do come back, whenever they are home from abroad, and then they pass by the center and they find ways of supporting these kids as in motivating them. But then during the annual youth camp festival in itself, a number of personalities are invited, professionals in their various fields. And so key artists, actors, in the performing arts industry, sometimes are invited to come and support the youth theater activity of the children. So what you see the children doing normally is a long period of, exercises, a long period of processes, and then occasionally they get the opportunity to perform for, let's say, guests from abroad, or during the youth theater program, or occasionally during the evenings by themselves. So it's a result of a combination of efforts from all stakeholders, both people on the program, especially the national service personnel who come from the government sector to help on an annual basis, and then the beneficiaries of the programs themselves, when they get the opportunity, and then the National Commission on Youth, National Commission on Culture itself has, supervisory officers who pass by to facilitate development processes of the center.
Okay, maybe some other. Okay, I just have a question. In which way your center is different or specific if you compare this to the other kind of centers, cultural centers in Ghana, or maybe in also other countries in Africa? In which way you would say it's special? Because for me, it's very special in the way that it's like a school program after school, or a cultural program which has continuation, that it's very important.
Okay. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah.
Okay, let me just say a little bit of something, Dr. Promise. Training is free of charge. Training is free of charge, and we don't have specific children who come to the community. I don't know if you can still see my final slide that says thank you. On the extreme end is a young girl selling something. She's selling something. And so she came there one day, she'd been sent to go and sell something. The following week, after selling, she came and she became part and parcel of the team. And so our center, we think we are special because we're not just dealing with one specific thing. We're not dealing with music alone or drama alone or theatrical related programs, but we have a sports component. And we also have a skills development, a skills component, because we think that apart from learning, these kids will be able to earn some livelihood for themselves. And so as part of the training, they go back, exhibit whatever was taught to them at the center and make money out of it. I remember somebody came to learn the rudiments of baking. And after Christmas, in the new year, she came to say thank you and that she had made a lot of money. And the pastry she baked, she sent it to her church and she's made a lot of money. And so she just came back to the community to say thank you. And so such people are also used as resource persons for other projects and other children to also emulate their beautiful example.
And the uniqueness of the Cultural Center is such that the name itself, Community Youth Cultural Center, it is the only cultural center with a specific focus on the youth in Ghana. We have various centers for national culture at the regional and district levels. But the Community Youth Cultural Center in Accra is the only cultural center with specific focus and mandate for what? Cultural development among the youth in Ghana. So that is the privilege they have. And that is why we are suggesting and recommending to the government that at the end of the day, they will see wisdom in replicating the same center in all the regions in the country and perhaps at the district levels as well. And so that is the uniqueness we are looking at in terms of what purpose the cultural center serves. And so if you go to the center, it's so easy for children to come from their homes at any time, but mostly after school day hours to come to the center and seek for help. And interestingly, you have facilitators, personnel who are always easygoing and know that their mandate is to support community development of these underprivileged children. And so that is the uniqueness of the center, the specific mandate for them to engage in cultural development among the youth. You can't say this about any other cultural center in Ghana. Thank you.
Okay. Any questions? So maybe there is just the last question that I have, I think it's great. I just, can you say about potentials or your personal wishes, or maybe kind of in which this kind of empowerment and results and in which kind of the way you want to go further, or which is your wish to this center, in which way it's your goal to develop?
If I get you right, it's about how will the center want to develop further?
Your wish for future, yeah, maybe.
Yeah, what our wish is that government pays a lot more attention to the center in terms of capacity building, especially when it comes to funding and sponsorship. Akosia happens to be the director, and she can tell you the hell of trouble she has to go through, on a monthly basis to get adequate funds to support the work of the center. And so we have personnel that are committed to their work, but without, the needed resources, the work is very, very challenging. And so the challenge is for government to support the center with adequate resources in terms of funding. And then also the community people, all the stakeholders so far have been very cooperative and collaborative. But then sometimes the situation is presented as though the center is just there to help them with everything. And the center, of course, can help in terms of capacity building, but it ends at a certain point when it comes to implementation of certain key actions. The center doesn't have the money, the financial capacity. And so some of the The community people tend to see the center in certain instances as though the center can do it all, but the center has its own limitations. And our hope is that what other stakeholders in the community understand that the center has limitation and therefore can collaborate and cooperate adequately in that regard.
Thank you. So thank you very much. And yes, now Gaspar will conclude this day of togetherness. Okay.
So we have come to the end of the first day of our symposium. Thank you everybody for coming, for listening, for contributing to a very interesting discussion. We will continue tomorrow at 9 o'clock. So invited again tomorrow to come. Now, so thank you all on online. Join us tomorrow. Sedaj pa še eno obvestilo v slovenščini. Vmes je vlada sprejela odlok, po katerem ne smemo imeti prireditev, na katerih bi se zbirali več kot 10 ljudi. To praktično pomeni, da vsi, ki jutri ne nastopate, vas moramo preusmeriti na splet. Danes bomo poslali še enkrat vabilo na Zoom, prek Zooma lahko diskutirate, oziroma na YouTube, če boste samo spremljali simpozij. Žal je do tega prišlo, simpozij bomo seveda speljali do konca, v kakršnikoli že tej kompromisni obliki to bo. Hvala za danes, lep večer in se vidimo z nekaterimi jutri.
And then,